Beneath the ashes of war, beneath the ruins of cities and the silence of graves, lies another kind of battlefield, one not fought with bullets or bombs but with greed, secrecy and obsession. It is the story of stolen gold, missing masterpieces, and the buried fortune of an empire that sought to own not only the world's land but its soul. When the Third Reich rose to power, it did so not merely with soldiers and speeches but with plunder. The calculated seizure of art, wealth and sacred relics meant to define a new world order. Across occupied Europe, Nazi officials stripped museums bare, emptied vaults and looted private collections, believing their thousand-year Reich would be adorned with the greatest treasures of mankind. From the grand halls of Vienna to the deep vaults beneath Paris, entire cultural legacies vanished overnight. Paintings by Da Vinci, Rembrandt and Vermeer were crated under torchlight and sent to secret castles in the mountains. Gold bars and currency reserves from conquered nations disappeared into trains that rolled under false flags and vanished into tunnels never seen again. Some were marked for transport to Switzerland or Spain, others buried in lakes and mines as the Allied armies closed in. Each movement of wealth carried both a shadow of fear and the scent of desperation, the regime's final attempt to preserve its ill-gotten power as the walls of history closed around it. As Germany crumbled in 1945, chaos swept through the remnants of the Reich. Convoys carrying gold melted into the countryside, sinking into rivers or sealed within salt mines guarded by collapsing divisions of the Wehrmacht. The monuments men, Allied soldiers, artists and scholars, followed faint clues through bombed villages and icy forests, uncovering treasure caches stacked floor to ceiling, hidden behind false walls or buried beneath tons of rock. Yet even as they recovered masterpieces and bullion, more questions arose. Where had the rest gone? What remained hidden beneath the snow and stone of Europe's forgotten places? The legend of Nazi gold became a ghost that haunted the peace. In the decades after the war, divers, fortune seekers and intelligence agents all chased whispers of lost trains and sunken vaults. Each discovery, a crate of coins, a lost sculpture, a coded map, only deepened the mystery. Some claimed entire trains filled with gold rested beneath Polish tunnels, sealed by explosions. Others spoke of alpine lakes that swallowed truckloads of treasure under cover of night. The line between truth and myth blurred, yet beneath the rumors lay undeniable fact. Billions in stolen wealth had vanished without a trace, and not all of it had been found. This story is more than treasure hunting. It is a reflection of the human heart, of how power corrupts beauty, how greed survives even the end of empires, and how history buries its darkest secrets beneath the weight of silence. The legacy of Nazi gold is not just gold itself, but the eternal question it raises: how much of our past still lies hidden, untouched, waiting for light? Tonight we journey through archives, vaults and legends, through the murky waters of greed, memory and mystery that continue to echo through time. Before we begin, tell me, where in the world are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you tonight? Berlin in the late summer of 1939 felt like a city holding its breath, the air thick with anticipation, and the acrid tang of coal smoke from factories churning day and night. Soldiers marched in precise rhythm, their polished boots clicking against cobblestone streets, each step echoing like a heartbeat across the city. Inside the vaults of the Reichsbank, heavy iron doors groaned under the weight of gold bars stacked in cold, geometric perfection, reflecting the dim, flickering gaslight. Outside, storm clouds gathered over the Reichstag, casting jagged shadows across the government district, as if the sky itself foretold the coming storm. Jewish families in narrow apartments and crumbling tenements clutched photographs and jewelry, their faces pale with fear, knowing the summons to surrender possessions was only the first of many. The wind carried whispers of rumors, forced sales, confiscations, and the silent disappearance of neighbors in the night. Berlin's streets shimmered with tension, a quiet symphony of distant sirens, barking dogs, and the occasional metallic ring of a dropped coin. Each transaction of gold, each sealed crate was a prelude to a greater plan, calculated with chilling precision by those in power. Ordinary citizens walked past these institutions unaware, yet the city's pulse was already synchronized to the rhythms of theft and war. The stage was set. Europe teetered on the brink, and shadows stretched long across the continent, reaching into every vault and home. In Paris, the streets smelled of rain-soaked stone and horse-drawn carts. The city unnaturally quiet under the early morning fog. German officers, their black boots tapping like metronomes, supervised the loading of paintings, silver and gold into waiting trucks, each piece logged with bureaucratic rigor. The Louvre's halls, usually echoing with admiration and reverence, now vibrated with an oppressive silence, punctuated only by the soft scraping of crates against marble floors. Curators, their hands trembling, watched as centuries of art vanished, catalogued as if the past itself were a commodity. Soldiers carried gilded frames like burdens of guilt, their faces drawn and impassive, eyes avoiding the eyes of the painted saints and nobles. Outside, children watched from alleyways, their small hands pressed to cold, iron gates, sensing both awe and fear in the unfolding spectacle. The sky above Paris was a slate-grey ceiling, heavy with smoke from distant bombed fields, though no bombs had yet fallen here. Each brushstroke, each carefully folded manuscript, was torn from the lives that had cherished it for generations. Even the wind seemed complicit, whispering through shutters and chimneys, a quiet witness to the theft of culture. By nightfall, Paris had become a city both alive and emptied, the heartbeat of civilization measured in stolen treasures. Back in Berlin, vault doors shut with resonant finality, a metallic sigh swallowed by echoing corridors lined with polished stone. The Reichsbank's managers, dressed in starched uniforms, recorded serial numbers and weights, their pens scratching like distant artillery against the thick silence. Outside, the hum of trams carried over cobblestones slick with recent rain, blending with the distant rumble of military convoys departing for the frontiers. Families in the Jewish quarter hesitated on the threshold of their homes, clutching heirlooms, aware that compliance offered no safety, only delay. The streets smelled faintly of horse manure, coal and iron, an olfactory reminder that life continued even as history itself was being rewritten. Windows reflected candlelight flickering on hastily packed boxes, a ghostly echo of human lives condensed into gold, silver and paper. Each transaction left invisible scars on the soul of the city, unrecorded yet profound, as if every lost coin carried the weight of memory. Soldiers patrolled, faces impassive, eyes fixed on orders, unaware or uncaring of the human drama surrounding them. The rhythm of life continued, mechanical and inexorable, but beneath it, a tension coiled like a spring ready to snap. Europe waited, unknowing, while the machinery of conquest and plunder wound ever tighter. In Vienna, the early morning fog hung low over the Danube, a grey shroud masking the movements of those assigned to confiscate valuables from Jewish households. Officers in tailored uniforms moved like shadows across courtyards, knocking at doors and filling baskets with silverware, coins, and family heirlooms. Mothers clutched children, their eyes wide and unblinking, as neighbors were summoned to surrender possessions under the pretense of protection or taxation. The cold stone of apartment entrances absorbed the weight of whispered protests, muffled cries, and the click of iron gates closing behind the intruders. Candles flickered in windows, painting walls with trembling light, a silent testament to lives disrupted and stolen. The scent of wet earth and burning coal from distant factories mingled with the metallic tang of confiscated gold, sharp and undeniable. Officers jotted notes, careful to document each item as property of the Reich, their handwriting precise, detached, almost clinical. Outside, trams rattled past, indifferent to the sorrow unfolding, carrying civilians to jobs and errands, unaware of the lives being dismantled beside them. Even the birds seemed subdued, their calls low and hesitant, as if nature itself sensed the weight of injustice. By midday, Vienna had become a city of quiet despair, its treasures now shadows in waiting, destined for the vaults of Berlin. In small towns across Poland and Czechoslovakia, rumors of impending requisitions spread faster than the military columns themselves. Farmers and shopkeepers scrambled to hide coins, jewelry, and religious artifacts, shoving valuables into haylofts, wells, and hollowed-out beams. German soldiers arrived with rigid efficiency, their boots stirring clouds of dust on cobblestone streets and dirt lanes, punctuated by the occasional bark of a dog or the crash of a shutter. Families watched in muted horror as cupboards and chests were emptied, the contents inventoried and loaded into waiting trucks. Smoke from wood-burning stoves mingled with the sharp scent of gun oil, a reminder of the ever-present threat of violence. The villagers' hands trembled, their movements cautious, calculated to avoid confrontation, but unable to escape the inevitability of loss. Crates were stamped with Reich insignia, sealed with wax, and then rolled into waiting convoys, destined for Berlin's cold, gleaming vaults. Windows rattled as engines roared, carrying the spoils through forests and plains, a river of gold flowing from the hearths of ordinary citizens. Silence followed in the wake of departure, a hollow echo of lives disrupted and dignity stripped. The countryside, so often serene, now bore the weight of impending war and the certainty of systematic plunder. In Berlin, the Reichsbank's counting rooms glowed with the pale light of overhead lamps, the metallic scent of gold heavy in the air. Tellers moved with practiced precision, sliding bars into racks, recording serial numbers, the soft clink resonating like muted bells. Outside, the city stirred with the noise of construction, streetcars, and hurried footsteps, yet the vaults remained a world apart, insulated in steel and secrecy. Families displaced from homes walked in the mist, clutching the few remaining items they were allowed to keep, their faces etched with fatigue and fear. Even the air seemed colder within these corridors, sterile, as if the gold itself drew warmth from the living. A single officer paused, glancing at the heavy ledgers documenting every theft, the enormity of their scale beginning to press upon him. Crates labelled with property of the Reich lined every hallway, a testament to a bureaucracy devoted entirely to plunder. The distant rumble of trains punctuated the quiet, a reminder that every bar, every coin was in motion toward an uncertain future. Shadows shifted under the lamps, elongating across polished floors, silent witnesses to the theft of both culture and life. Each day the rice coffers swelled while the human cost remained unmeasured, invisible yet profoundly felt. The cafes of Berlin remained half-filled with civilians, oblivious to the magnitude of treasures being gathered beneath their feet. Coffee cups steamed, newspapers rustled, and waiters moved with deliberate care, the ordinary cadence of life continuing in strange parallel to the machinery of theft. Across the city, families packed the remnants of their lives into trunks, carrying photographs, letters, and small heirlooms as tokens of memory and defiance. The faint clatter of boots on cobblestone blended with the distant hum of factories and the occasional whistle of a train, each sound marking the passage of inevitability. In offices above, clerks tallied records, cross-referencing shipments of gold with requisition orders from occupied territories. A faint scent of ink and oil pervaded the air, mingling with the metallic tang of coins stacked on desks. Officers and accountants alike worked in silence, their faces impassive, as if emotion could undermine the precision demanded by the Reich. Outside, storm clouds threatened rain, a soft drumbeat against windows blending with the distant bells of churches marking the hour. Each moment was a study in contrast, ordinary life moving forward while the extraordinary theft of an entire continent's wealth unfolded unseen. The weight of anticipation pressed over the city, a shadow stretching across every street and home. As evening fell, Berlin was bathed in a dim golden haze, the last sunlight catching on rooftops, glinting faintly like the treasures hidden below. Soldiers returned to barracks, officers to offices, and families to apartments stripped bare of the objects that had once marked their lives. The wind stirred the cobblestones, carrying faint echoes of cries, whispered prayers, and the metallic clink of gold in distant vaults. In banks, the final doors closed for the night, sealing both wealth and silence within thick steel. Across Europe, similar scenes played out: Prague, Vienna, Warsaw, Krakow, each city submitting to the inexorable process of confiscation. The machinery of plunder had begun in earnest, methodical, precise, and indifferent to human sorrow. Every coin, every painting, every artifact carried the memory of a life disrupted, a culture displaced, a history interrupted. And yet, in the hush of evening, the world remained unaware that these shadows would stretch far beyond the night, carrying the first tremors of a war that would engulf a continent. As the world prepared for war, the Nazis prepared for something colder. The theft of memory itself melted into bars of gold. Paris in the summer of 1940 was a city caught between awe and despair, its streets emptying as German boots pressed rhythmically against cobblestones. Trucks rumbled through narrow avenues laden with the spoils of centuries: canvases, sculptures, and gilded frames carefully wrapped in coarse cloth. Soldiers moved with mechanical precision, their fingers brushing dust from centuries-old masterpieces, as if the art itself were a fragile enemy. Inside the Louvre, the grandeur of marble halls was eclipsed by the stark presence of swastika flags, hanging like dark omens over vaulted ceilings. The scent of oil paint mingled with the metallic tang of machine grease and the faint smoke of nearby bombed buildings. Curators, trembling yet determined, watched in silence as their life's work was catalogued and crated, each label a sentence against history. Outside, the scene reflected a grey sky streaked with clouds, rippling as if the river mourned alongside the city. Horse-drawn carts rattled alongside military trucks, the rhythm of wheels and hooves a discordant symphony of occupation. Every movement was both meticulous and ruthless, a choreography designed to strip a culture of its memory. Paris, a city of light, had become a theatre of theft, where beauty was both weapon and target. The Einsatzstab Reichsleiter Rosenberg, known simply as the ERR, operated like a well-oiled machine, driven by ideology and ambition in equal measure. Teams of officers and clerks descended upon towns and private estates, cataloguing, photographing, and confiscating anything deemed valuable. Paintings were rolled in felt, sculptures padded with straw, and manuscripts wrapped in layers of coarse paper, before being loaded onto trucks that rumbled like metal tides. Local families watched from curtained windows, the muted sound of footsteps against stone floors echoing their helplessness. Soldiers occasionally paused to admire a brushstroke or a carved detail, an ironic appreciation for the very culture they sought to erase. Paperwork accumulated in thick stacks, each sheet a record of loss, bureaucracy masking the brutality underneath. The cold air in these occupied apartments was pierced by the scent of wet timber and varnish. the markers of human presence replaced with calculated efficiency. Even dogs, normally alert to unfamiliar scents, paused in confusion at the human turmoil, their heads tilting as the corridors emptied of life. Night fell across the city like a velvet curtain, yet the machines of looting persisted under lamplight and moon shadows. By dawn, private collections had vanished, leaving only silence and the faint, lingering odor of oil and dust. In Goering's private quarters, canvases, once cherished by kings and collectors, now leaned against walls in a chaotic order dictated by obsession rather than taste. The Luftwaffe chief examined each painting with a gaze that alternated between admiration and possessive calculation, his gloved fingers brushing gold leaf and canvas edges. The room smelled faintly of turpentine and smoke from a nearby fireplace, the warmth juxtaposed against the cold weight of power in his hands. Officers catalogued each acquisition, their pens scratching against paper, creating a bureaucratic echo that underscored the irony of stolen beauty measured with rigid precision. Rare tapestries hung like muted witnesses, their threads absorbing the oppressive energy of their captors. Outside, Berlin hummed with war preparations, but within these walls time seemed suspended, devoted solely to possession rather than battle. Servants moved silently, carrying crates filled with treasures ripped from foreign lands, their footsteps muffled against Persian rugs. Each artifact was both a prize and a statement, symbols of conquest transposed into personal vanity. Shadows stretched across polished floors as candlelight flickered, highlighting the surreal intimacy of theft masquerading as curation. Goering's collection, immense and obsessive, grew daily, a monument to greed framed in beauty. Across France, country estates were emptied with surgical precision, the ERR moving like an invisible tide of order and destruction. Soldiers opened ornate cabinets and iron safes, revealing jewelry, ceremonial swords, and centuries-old manuscripts tucked in hidden compartments. The air was filled with the faint crackle of paper, the scraping of wooden floors, and the dull thud of crates being lowered to waiting trucks. Families hovered at the edges, silent witnesses to the meticulous cataloguing of their heritage, a mixture of fear, awe, and resignation written on their faces. The metallic scent of coins blended with the earthy aroma of disturbed floors, a sensory reminder of lives uprooted. Officers moved quickly, their gestures economical yet meticulous, recording measurements, weights, and provenance in thick ledgers. Shadows of swastikas painted the walls by afternoon light, heavy symbols of ideological dominance over culture itself. Children peered from corners, their small hands pressed to the dusted thresholds, sensing the transformation of familiar spaces into instruments of theft. Each home emptied left behind a ghostly silence, punctuated only by the soft hum of engines preparing for departure. The irony was inescapable. An invasion that claimed lives also stole memories, turning art into currency and culture into cargo. In the city of Amsterdam, the occupation similarly turned streets into corridors of silent observation, where ordinary life continued under the weight of plunder. Canvases were removed from walls with gloved hands wrapped in linen and hoisted onto dollies that squeaked across wooden floors. The scent of varnish and linseed oil clung to the hallways, mingling with smoke from kitchens below, a fragile reminder of domestic normalcy. Soldiers paused, almost reverentially, before examining a Rembrandt or a Van Gogh, aware of their historical and monetary value. Administrators logged each item, cross-referencing entries against lists sent from Berlin, creating an intricate web of legality over outright theft. Windows rattled as distant trams rattled past. Indifferent to the quiet destruction inside, families attempted to document, to photograph, to remember, their efforts drowned in the meticulous efficiency of occupation. In attics and cellars, smaller treasures were discovered and catalogued, including jewelry, coins, and religious artifacts, each carrying the echo of its former owner. Footsteps echoed down corridors, blending with the faint creak of rolling crates, a symphony of systematic dispossession. By nightfall, Amsterdam's hidden wealth had been mapped, recorded, and repurposed for an empire that measured art in conquest. The trucks themselves became extensions of the Nazi appetite, engines growling as they carried stolen masterpieces across borders under tight security. Guards rode alongside, rifles resting across knees, eyes scanning for potential threats from civilians or partisans. The roads smelled of damp asphalt, oil, and leather, punctuated by the faint metallic tang of gold and silver in hidden compartments. Bridges rattled under the weight, each creak of steel a subtle reminder of the fragility of stolen treasure in transit. Soldiers whispered among themselves, noting landmarks or obstacles, their voices low and hurried, betraying the underlying tension. Rain-slicked roads reflected headlights like broken mirrors, splintering the image of columns of trucks that seemed endless in their procession. The hum of wheels against stone and mud was rhythmic, hypnotic, a persistent reminder of the scale and inevitability of plunder. Civilians watched from doorways, their faces etched with silent protest and awe, aware yet powerless. Every turn, every hill crest, brought the stolen past closer to Berlin's vaults, yet further from its rightful owners. And yet, beneath the surface of mechanical precision, the irony persisted, culture reduced to cargo, beauty transformed into a burden. In occupied Brussels, museums became reluctant staging grounds for theft, their once proud halls echoing with the sounds of extraction. Wooden crates scraped across marble floors, punctuating the reverent silence with industrial harshness. Paintings were carefully removed from walls, padded in layers of felt, the smell of aged canvas and dust filling the air. Soldiers' boots echoed across corridors, each step a metronome to the rhythm of confiscation. Curators tried to intervene, their protests polite yet urgent, often met with bureaucratic indifference or the pointed barrel of a rifle. Outside, the city stirred with muted life, citizens walking to work or peering cautiously from alleyways. The scent of fresh bread mingled strangely with oil paint and varnish, a dissonant reminder of normality amidst chaos. Officers documented every item from the grand to the minute, their meticulous records rendering the act of theft almost ritualistic. Each crate rolled toward waiting trucks, the journey from gallery to Reich a bridge between worlds of art and war. Irony permeated the air, masterpieces preserved for eternity, yet stolen for personal vanity and the machinery of oppression. By late evening, Paris and other occupied cities were silent witnesses to the systematic erasure of centuries of cultural memory. Crates were locked, inventories completed, and trucks rumbled away into the darkened streets, carrying the echoes of a continent's heritage. Soldiers returned to barracks, curators retreated into private despair, and the scent of oil paint lingered, stubborn and unyielding, like a ghost of the day's labor. Each masterpiece, removed from its home, became both a prize and a hostage, emblematic of power, ideology, and obsession. Outside, the Sunday reflected a muted twilight, glinting faintly like the treasures that now traveled under lock and guard. Civilians whispered behind closed doors, recounting what had vanished, lives intersecting with stolen history in quiet, private sorrow. In every home, studio, and gallery, absence hung heavy, a reminder that the war was not only fought with guns but also with brushes, chisels, and ledgers. The irony was stark. Beauty survived in form but was enslaved to greed, catalogued as property, and stripped of its meaning. Shadows lengthened across cobblestone streets, mirroring the lengthening shadow of war across Europe. What began as a war of nations was also a war against beauty, where every masterpiece was a hostage. Berlin's financial district hummed with a quiet intensity, the massive stone buildings casting long shadows across rain-slicked streets. Inside the Reichsbank, lamps glowed dimly over rows of desks where clerks turned pages of ledgers, their pens scratching in measured rhythm. The scent of ink and old paper mingled with the metallic tang of gold stacked in heavy crates, a constant reminder of the wealth flowing through these walls. Soldiers in crisp uniforms moved quietly, transporting bars stamped with eagles and swastikas, their polished boots echoing off marble floors. Outside, the city thrummed with distant sirens, streetcars rattling past, unaware of the clandestine operations inside the bank. Each coin counted, each balance verified was a link in a chain connecting occupied Europe to Berlin's coffers. Even the air seemed charged, a mix of fear, ambition, and inevitability pressing down on those who worked behind locked doors. Ledgers were cross-referenced, signatures verified, and crates sealed with wax seals that bore the mark of the Reich. Every movement was calculated to appear routine, yet the machinery of looted wealth moved like a predator in the shadows. Suspicion lingered in the room, a quiet tension as palpable as the weight of gold itself. Swiss intermediaries became silent partners in this vast network of illicit wealth, their banks nestled behind walls of polished stone and brass. Train wheels screeched through tunnels beneath the Alps, carrying gold bars and currency, the vibration of engines resonating through the carriages. Officers perched on benches, rifles at the ready, scanning the night for threats both imagined and real. The air smelled faintly of oil and leather, mixed with the cold scent of mist seeping through cracks in the rail cars. Ledgers shifted in dim light, documenting transactions with the precision of surgeons, each line a subtle act of complicity. Civilians peered through shuttered windows along the tracks, unaware of the treasure coursing beneath their feet, a flow of stolen history invisible yet immense. Soldiers exchanged terse words, their voices low, careful to maintain both order and secrecy. The metallic clang of bars being transferred to vaults echoed like ritual, a cadence marking both efficiency and theft. Each crossing of the border blurred lines of legality, neutral territory bending under the weight of human avarice. Behind closed doors, bankers and bureaucrats alike whispered, aware that silence was as valuable as the gold itself. Inside dimly lit offices in Basel, clerks handled sheets of paper with reverence, tracing the origin of each coin and painting with painstaking accuracy. The scent of cigar smoke and ink hung heavily in the air, layered over the faint tang of currency pressed into the hands of those who had no claim to it. Swiss vaults, insulated by thick stone and steel, contained crates marked with cryptic codes and the emblem of the Reich, an invisible highway of wealth flowing from the ruins of conquered nations. Each ledger entry was both testimony and concealment, documenting history while obscuring responsibility. Outside, the quiet clatter of trams and the murmur of townsfolk continued, oblivious to the mountains of looted treasure beneath their streets. Officers reviewed manifests by candlelight, their faces etched with concentration, the room alive with tension despite its silence. Even the cold drafts through small windows seemed to carry whispers of accountability and fear, as if the building itself remembered the crimes it harbored. Every movement of gold was a silent negotiation between greed and legality, an intricate dance where trust was measured in secrecy. Rail cars rattled past forests and rivers, the night air thick with mist and the faint metallic aroma of coins. Neutrality here was a fragile illusion, a veneer covering complicity and quiet ambition. At night, Berlin's vaults seemed to breathe, the weight of stolen treasure pressing down through steel-reinforced floors. Officers moved through corridors lined with polished stone, their gloved hands brushing against cold bars, verifying weights, serial numbers, and inscriptions. Outside, distant trains rattled over bridges, their wheels screaming against metal tracks as if protesting the cargo they bore. Clerks hovered over ledgers, ink smudging from the pressure of urgency, each line recording a transfer of history and wealth from one hand to another. The faint aroma of coal smoke drifted through open windows, mingling with the metallic scent of the treasury, a sensory echo of the city's duality: normal life above, clandestine crime below. Soldiers exchanged nods, brief and deliberate, a silent acknowledgement of shared complicity. The Reichsbank itself seemed both fortress and predator, designed to shelter wealth yet devour memory in equal measure. Each bar counted, each shipment verified, added to a tide that could not be traced, only felt in shadows. Footsteps reverberated against marble floors, punctuating the silence with human presence and caution. In every corner the machinery of theft moved with the precision of clockwork, relentless and invisible. Trains crossing the Swiss border were carefully monitored, the rhythmic screech of steel wheels against rails blending with the soft whistle of alpine wind. Guards scanned the misty countryside, rifles slung across shoulders, eyes tracking the night for threats from both partisan and civilian alike. The carriages, heavy with gold bars, coins and bullion, vibrated under the weight, metal and timber resonating in low, mournful tones. The scent of damp earth, oil and sweat filled the air as crates shifted slightly, threatening to disturb the delicate balance of cargo. Documents detailing provenance and transport were passed in whispers, inked hands trembling with the knowledge of both risk and reward. Each crossing was a test of secrecy, a subtle negotiation with geography, law, and human ambition. Bridges groaned under the weight, echoing across valleys, as if the mountains themselves objected to the passage of ill-gotten gains. Civilians along the routes remained unaware, their lives continuing in parallel to the covert highway of plunder. Officers exchanged terse nods at each checkpoint, a ritual of compliance and quiet complicity. By morning the gold would be hidden behind walls of steel, yet the air still carried the tension of the journey, a suspense felt but unseen. In Berlin, administrators oversaw the allocation of resources, shifting bullion from vaults to armored trucks, destined for bomb-proof storage across the city. The air inside these chambers was heavy, a mix of coal smoke, ink, and the faint metallic scent of stacked bars. Clerks moved with mechanical precision, ensuring ledgers reflected both reality and artifice, creating a paper trail designed to obfuscate as much as it documented. Soldiers rolled crates along polished floors, the low thud of metal echoing like a heartbeat through the stone corridors. Outside, streetcars rattled and vendors called from sidewalks, a muted contrast to the tense, deliberate movements within. Officers consulted maps under the glow of shaded lamps, plotting movements that crossed borders and challenged neutrality with careful calculation. Each seal affixed to a crate was a pact of secrecy, binding the fate of gold to human discretion. Air gusted through open doors, carrying faint scents of rain and oil, a reminder that the machinery of theft existed within a living, breathing city. Even the smallest miscount was a risk, threatening both profit and survival, a quiet tension threading through every motion. The Reich's financial network moved like a hidden river, invisible yet unstoppable, its currents pulling all in its orbit. In Basel and Zurich, Swiss bankers handled shipments with practiced hands, the soft clink of coins against metal creating a subtle rhythm in vaulted rooms. The scent of old leather, ink and faint smoke filled the air, a backdrop to the meticulous arrangement of ledgers and bullion. Officers from the Reich observed in silence, their eyes scanning the rows of metal bars stamped with the eagle, calculating weight, purity and value. Outside, the Alps stood immovable, snow-tipped and silent, witnesses to the flow of treasure beneath their peaks. Each crate was a small universe of history, morality and greed, moving under the radar of diplomacy and law. Clerks double-checked inventories, aware that a single error could unravel a network built on secrecy and suspicion. The metallic tang of gold lingered on fingers long after crates were locked, a reminder of the human presence embedded in each transfer. Railcars shuddered under the weight of history, their wheels squealing in protest as they traversed tunnels and bridges. The air was thick with anticipation, every motion deliberate, every glance measured. Suspicion hung in the room like smoke, a tangible presence as precious and dangerous as the cargo itself. By midnight, Berlin and Swiss vaults alike were silent repositories of stolen wealth, their contents hidden behind walls of stone, steel, and secrecy. The hum of distant engines and the occasional clatter of tram wheels were the only reminders of a world moving outside, oblivious to the scale of illicit transactions within. Clerks completed entries, sealing ledgers as tightly as they sealed crates, each stroke of ink a negotiation between truth and concealment. Guards patrolled corridors, rifles slung low, eyes vigilant, their presence both protective and intimidating. The smell of coal, oil, and metal lingered in every room, a subtle reminder of human labor, greed, and complicity. Trains rested in quiet yards, waiting for orders to continue their clandestine passage through borders and mountains. Officers reviewed maps one final time, plotting the next stage in the labyrinthine journey of gold, currency, and power. Each day added to the tide of treasure, a silent river that could neither be traced nor halted, only observed and catalogued. Outside, neutral lands seemed serene, yet beneath their surface the Reich's reach extended, invisible and insistent. Neutral borders could not stop the flow of stolen treasure. Silence was the only true currency. Night fell across Europe like a velvet curtain. The forests and plains swallowed in shadow as armored trains began their silent pilgrimage. Steel wheels groaned against rails, a low, mournful rhythm echoing through tunnels and over bridges, carrying stolen gold, canvases, and cultural treasures far from the eyes of civilians. The air inside the carriages was thick with the metallic tang of coins and the faint musk of aged paper, a heady scent of wealth and history pressed into confined spaces. Soldiers patrolled aisles with rifles slung low, their boots muffled against wooden floors, the occasional whisper slicing through the near silence. Outside, branches scraped against the sides of the cars, the sound mingling with the distant hoot of owls and the hum of locomotives, a natural orchestra punctuating human enterprise. Maps spread across oak tables in command cars, displayed routes, contingencies, and secret codes, illuminated by swinging lanterns. Engineers worked with careful hands, adjusting levers and monitoring gauges, each rotation and click a heartbeat in the journey. The rhythmic vibration of the rails beneath mirrored the tension in the officers' jaws, muscles tight with anticipation. The faint scent of coal smoke drifted through open vents, mixing with the sharper tang of sweat and oil. Outside, the world slept, unaware of the invisible arteries through which Europe's plundered wealth flowed. In the forests of northern France, the trains snaked along tracks concealed by darkness, their black iron bodies blending into the night. Allied reconnaissance planes circled high above, distant silhouettes cutting through clouds, scanning for any hint of movement, unaware of the precious cargo below. The soldiers aboard remained alert, eyes trained on shadows, ears listening for even the faintest disruption of leaves or gravel. Lanterns swung with each curve of the track, painting fleeting pools of light on polished crates and sealed boxes. The scent of oil and coal clung stubbornly to uniforms, a reminder of the machinery that powered both conquest and theft. Engineers adjusted speed carefully, balancing urgency with caution, knowing the line between survival and disaster could be measured in inches. Officers consulted maps, tracing alternative routes in pencil, anticipating sabotage or inspection, their faces drawn and alert. The rhythmic clatter of wheels seemed to carry both promise and threat, a hypnotic sound lulling some while alarming others. Even the night air was thick, damp with mist, carrying the faint aroma of pine, soil, and metal. The convoy moved onward, invisible yet immense, a river of secrets flowing through a continent at war. In occupied Poland, stations lay dormant, the platforms empty, under the glow of flickering gas lamps. Yet the rails hummed with life. Soldiers unloaded crates of gold and art from one carriage to another, moving quickly, efficiently, almost ritualistically, aware that every delay increased risk. The metallic scent of coins blended with dust and wood polish, a sensory testament to the tension that gripped every participant. Officers whispered instructions, gestures precise and deliberate, their eyes scanning the surrounding darkness for prying civilians or the unseen hand of resistance. Inside the command car, maps sprawled across oak tables, their edges curling in the damp night air, routes marked with colored chalk, indicating danger zones and priority shipments. Steam hissed from locomotives, mixing with the scent of coal, creating a sensory haze that seemed to cloak the entire operation. Every creak of iron and groan of wheels carried a dual message, progress and vulnerability intertwined. Soldiers exchanged brief nods, silent acknowledgement of the high stakes, each aware that the cargo they guarded was far more than material. Outside, the forests whispered, branches scratching rails, echoing like faint warnings from the natural world. The night moved steadily onward, shadows and wheels converging in a symphony of tension and inevitability. Swiss tunnels bore the weight of the Reich's ill-gotten treasures, dark arteries carved through solid stone to facilitate the movement of stolen wealth. The air smelled damp and earthy, heavy with the scent of wet stone and coal smoke, mingling with the metallic tang of gold stacked inside the armored cars. Engineers crouched over gauges, checking pressure and speed, aware that a single miscalculation could derail both cargo and reputation. Guards leaned against crates, rifles resting across knees, eyes scanning the flickering lantern light for irregular movement or suspicious noise. Outside, snow dusted the rocky slopes, muffling sound yet reflecting moonlight. A surreal landscape of white and shadow. Maps spread across the command car glowed faintly under kerosene lamps. Routes traced with meticulous care, contingencies carefully plotted. The vibration of wheels against steel echoed through the tunnels, a low, resonant hum that seemed to carry both danger and inevitability. Soldiers whispered codes, their voices blending with the hiss of steam and the rhythmic clatter of the rails, creating a chorus of human and machine. Every curve, every incline was measured against time and threat, a delicate balance of urgency and caution. Through these subterranean passages, the Reich moved both wealth and power, invisible and unassailable beneath the Alps. Along the forests of the Czech lands, convoys moved like serpents through shadows, engines exhaling steam into the cold night air. Soldiers stood alert on open platforms, scanning tree lines, their breath misting in the frigid darkness, weapons ready for the unseen enemy. The smell of oil and coal mixed with the faint aroma of pine needles, a sensory marker of both isolation and vigilance. Lanterns flickered against crates of art and gold, throwing moving shadows across packed carriages, hinting at the scale of what lay hidden inside. Inside command cars, officers studied maps with furrowed brows, pencils tracing lines that marked danger zones, alternate routes and rendezvous points. The rhythm of wheels against rails was hypnotic, each rotation a measure of progress and risk intertwined. Steam hissed from the engine's exhaust, blending with the metallic tang of coins and the faint scent of varnished wood from paintings. Soldiers communicated in brief whispers, gestures precise, aware that even a single misstep could compromise the convoy. Civilians in nearby villages remained oblivious, the sound of rails masking the passage of treasures that would never return. The night stretched endlessly, tension growing with every mile, a silent theatre of motion, secrecy, and stakes beyond imagination. In Germany, the logistics offices buzzed quietly under dim light, maps pinned to walls, charts spread across oak tables, officers calculating arrivals and departures. The metallic scent of coins mixed with ink and smoke lingered in the cramped rooms, a reminder of the value and danger contained within each shipment. Trains were scheduled to avoid detection, their timing precise to the minute, coordinated across dozens of stations and crossing points. Clerks checked manifests against cargo, each crate marked with weight, contents, and origin, creating a paper trail designed to mislead and obscure. The rhythmic hum of distant engines could be heard faintly, a reminder that every plan depended on both human skill and mechanical reliability. Guards reviewed security protocols, rifles resting on laps, eyes scanning shadows, tension coiled in each posture. Steam hissed from radiators, mingling with the faint metallic tang of gold, creating a sensory environment dense with anticipation. Officers whispered codes, hands tracing routes across maps, plotting contingencies as if every line could prevent disaster. Outside, night draped the city in silence, a stark contrast to the silent storm of convoys moving across the continent. Every detail mattered. One misstep could unravel months of careful planning, a constant tension threading through every movement. Allied pilots circling above were an ever-present threat, distant blips on radar and shadowy silhouettes against the moon, reminders that every mile of track was under scrutiny. Soldiers on the trains glanced skyward, rifles trained for defense, eyes scanning patterns of clouds and stars for movement. Lanterns swung gently in the breeze, casting fleeting light across crates of art and coins, shadows stretching across wooden floors like long, dark fingers. Engineers monitored gauges, adjusting valves and throttles, aware that even a small miscalculation could halt progress or invite disaster. The faint smell of coal and smoke mingled with the metallic tang of treasure, a sensory reminder of the stakes in every rotation of wheels. Officers consulted maps one last time, pencils tracing alternative paths in case of obstruction or attack. Guards moved silently along platforms, their boots muted against wood, alert to both natural sounds and human interference. The rhythmic vibration of wheels created a low, resonant hum, echoing through carriages and tunnels alike. Even the night seemed to press close, the darkness both ally and adversary in equal measure. Every mile carried precious cargo and fragile secrecy, the weight of history riding on rails beneath vigilant eyes. As dawn approached, the night trains wound through forests, tunnels, and valleys, their engines panting in exhaustion yet relentless in their journey. Soldiers slumped briefly against crates, eyes weary, the metallic tang of coins and varnished paint clinging to uniforms and hair. Officers double-checked logs, maps, and manifests, each signature a testament to precision and caution. Outside, mist rose from rivers, forests glistened with dew, and the first light of morning illuminated a landscape unaware of the immense wealth threading its veins. Wheels screeched against rails in sharp arcs as trains rounded bends, the vibration resonating through both steel and human body. Lanterns swung, casting fleeting light across polished crates and bundled canvases, a dance of shadow and substance. Engineers adjusted levers, gauges hissing softly, steam rising into the crisp morning air. Soldiers exchanged terse nods, each aware of the magnitude of the operation and the fragility of its secrecy. Every mile carried more than treasure. It carried consequence, responsibility, and the invisible hand of history. Every train carried more than cargo, it carried secrets too heavy for the tracks beneath. In the shadowed corridors of European castles and museums, a new army moved quietly, armed with brushes, gloves, and meticulous care instead of rifles and grenades. American officers, scholars of art and history, bent over dusty vermeers, tracing brushstrokes with awe and precision, ensuring no detail was lost to time or war. The scent of aged canvas, linseed oil, and dust filled the air, mingling with the faint tang of gunpowder that still lingered from battles past. Soldiers catalogued crates of stolen treasures, their hands trembling slightly beneath the weight of centuries of history. Outside, forests whispered with wind through leafless trees, indifferent to human ambition, their quiet resonance a counterpoint to the urgency inside. Candlelight flickered across worn oak tables, illuminating fragile manuscripts and gilded frames, each artifact a bridge between past and present. Military trucks rumbled softly in courtyards, carrying recovered items from bombed-out cities to temporary storage sites. Officers consulted maps, pinpointing caves, vaults, and hidden estates where the Reich had stashed its plunder, each location a potential trove of lost history. The air was thick with resolve, a tension rooted, not in fear, but in the responsibility of guardianship. For these men, the war extended beyond borders and battlefields. It was a war for memory itself. In the Bavarian Alps, caves carved into the mountains became makeshift storage for the Reich's looted art and gold, a subterranean labyrinth of human ambition. Soldiers moved silently through narrow passageways, crates stacked like stone blocks, each marked with the weight and provenance of its contents. The scent of damp earth mixed with varnish and metallic tang, a sensory reminder of the treasures hidden from view for years. Officers brushed dust from canvases, revealing Rembrandts, Monets, and Renoirs, their colors vivid despite months of neglect. Lanterns swayed gently, casting elongated shadows that danced across rough stone walls, the interplay of light and dark mirroring the moral complexity of war. Maps were spread on low tables, routes and secret caches marked in pencil, a living record of both theft and recovery. The muffled sound of water dripping echoed through tunnels, adding a rhythm to the quiet activity, each drop a heartbeat in the darkness. Soldiers whispered among themselves, sharing the exhilaration of discovery tempered by the gravity of what had been lost. Every crate opened revealed not only art but the traces of human lives disrupted, families dispossessed, and cultures endangered. The caves themselves seemed to hold their breath, vaults of memory waiting to be reclaimed. In Paris, officers moved through bombed galleries, the scent of gunpowder still lingering amid the delicate aroma of old paint and parchment. Frames leaned against walls in precarious angles, their gilded edges catching the weak morning light. Soldiers carefully lifted canvases, brushing away layers of dust, revealing the painstaking work of centuries. Outside, the city hummed with the tentative stirrings of civilian life, unaware of the treasures now protected by foreign hands. Officers catalogued each item, recording signatures, dimensions, and provenance, creating a meticulous archive that would later guide restitution. The air was tinged with tension, a mixture of relief at recovery and urgency against looting or destruction still possible. Footsteps echoed softly along empty corridors, blending with the creak of wooden floors and the faint murmur of distant traffic. Each discovery brought a sense of quiet triumph, tempered by the knowledge of what remained lost or destroyed. The smell of varnish and oil paint was almost intoxicating, a sensory affirmation of life preserved against war's destruction. For the monument's men, these corridors were both battlefield and sanctuary, spaces where human memory fought to survive. In a cellar beneath a small German town, crates of gold coins were counted and recorded, the metallic scent sharp against the musty stone walls. Soldiers worked with gloves, handling the ancient currency with reverence and precision, aware of the weight not just of metal but of history. Lanterns cast a warm glow, illuminating faces drawn with exhaustion yet buoyed by purpose. Outside, snow fell silently on deserted streets, a blanket of quiet that contrasted with the intensity inside. Officers checked inventories against lists smuggled from Berlin, tracing each coin's origin through layers of bureaucracy and war. The faint aroma of ink and parchment filled the air as catalogue sheets were completed, documenting not only quantity but provenance and significance. Each movement of gold was deliberate, careful, almost ceremonial, a counterpoint to the chaos that had hidden it. Soldiers shared quiet moments of reflection, imagining the families from whom these treasures had been taken, the lives interrupted, the wealth vanishing into shadow. The cellar seemed timeless, a cocoon of responsibility and memory, preserving both objects and conscience. Every recovered coin became a testament to diligence and resolve, a small victory in a continent scarred by greed. In Florence, monuments men examined libraries emptied of rare manuscripts, the air redolent with dust, mildew, and ink. Officers gingerly lifted fragile pages, the faint aroma of parchment rising as they unfolded texts centuries old. Wooden beams groaned under the weight of stacked crates, some containing illuminated works, others architectural drawings salvaged from bombed cathedrals. Soldiers catalogued items methodically, recording even minute tears and discolorations, understanding that each imperfection told a story of survival. The sound of distant church bells drifted through broken windows, a serene counterpoint to the focused labor below. Lantern light shimmered across pages and covers, casting shadows that mimicked the folds of history itself. Officers discussed provenance, carefully annotating references to private collectors, museums, and religious institutions. Dust motes swirled in the air, dancing in golden shafts of light, ephemeral witnesses to human diligence. The faint scent of smoke from nearby kitchens mingled with ink and parchment, grounding the scene in life outside these walls. Each manuscript returned to safety was a reclamation of memory, a tangible link between past and present preserved by careful hands. In Salzburg, soldiers discovered a trove of paintings hidden in attics above bombed theatres, the scent of rotting wood and varnish mingling with the crisp mountain air. Officers carefully unwrapped canvases, revealing the work of masters, colours vibrant despite months of neglect. The clatter of crates being moved across wooden floors echoed in the quiet of dawn, a rhythmic testament to human effort reclaiming stolen beauty. Lanterns illuminated gold frames, intricate carvings and delicate brushwork, highlighting the contrast between destruction outside and creation preserved within. Soldiers recorded inscriptions, weights and dimensions, cataloguing each piece with care, aware that each entry would guide restitution long after the war ended. The air smelled faintly of smoke from nearby chimneys, a reminder of life continuing even as memory was restored within these walls. Officers consulted maps, cross-referencing locations of known loot and planning further recoveries. Footsteps in the attic creaked softly, a gentle accompaniment to the rustle of paper, crates, and fabric. Each moment of discovery carried both exhilaration and weight, an emotional gravity unique to those who safeguarded stolen heritage. In every corner, the resolve of the monument's men etched itself into history, quiet guardians of culture and memory. In Munich, warehouses once used by the Reich to store looted treasures now teemed with activity, the air alive with purpose and quiet intensity. Soldiers catalogued crates of paintings, tapestries, and sculptures, the metallic tang of coins and varnished wood hanging faintly in the air. Officers carefully cleaned dust from canvases, revealing masterful strokes hidden beneath months of neglect, the faint aroma of turpentine blending with paper and wood. Lanterns swayed overhead, casting flickering light on oak tables covered in meticulously organized ledgers. Outside, the city stirred to life, unaware of the treasures being restored to history above and below street level. Soldiers worked in coordinated silence, communicating through gestures and whispers, the rhythm of labor a counterpoint to the chaos of war beyond. Each recovered artifact carried a story of loss, displacement, and eventual rescue, the weight of memory pressing as heavily as the crates themselves. Maps were consulted repeatedly, routes traced for safe transport to collection points, every line a lifeline for stolen heritage. The faint clatter of boots on wooden floors punctuated the work, a reminder of both presence and duty. In Munich's warehouses, resolve became tangible, a force that moved mountains of art, gold, and memory alike. By evening, the monument's men had secured collections spanning cities, castles, and remote estates, the air thick with the mingling scents of varnished dust, coal, and aged paper. Soldiers, exhausted yet unbowed, leaned briefly against crates, eyes scanning for overlooked treasures even as fatigue pressed against vigilance. Officers verified inventories, checked ledgers, and made final annotations, each stroke of ink a careful act of preservation. Outside, the world remained unaware, the streets quiet beneath the dim glow of lamps, snow, or smoke. Lanterns cast long shadows across recovered masterpieces, the interplay of light and dark echoing the duality of war and human conscience. Each crate moved, each canvas restored was a victory not of conquest but of care, a reclaiming of what violence had sought to erase. Footsteps echoed in silent halls, the rhythm a heartbeat of diligence, determination, and guardianship. Soldiers and officers alike understood the gravity of their mission to restore not wealth or power but the memory and identity of a continent. Every recovered artifact carried with it human lives, loss, and resilience, tethering history to the present through tangible preservation. Armed not with rifles but with memory, they fought to return what could never be replaced. Mist clung to the jagged peaks of the Alps, curling around cliffs and valleys, as if guarding the secrets buried within their stone. Soldiers and officers traversed narrow paths, the scent of pine and wet rock mingling with the metallic tang of hidden wealth. Salt mines carved deep into the mountainsides gleamed faintly under lantern light, crystalline walls reflecting shadows of men moving with measured caution. Crates stacked like miniature fortresses contained gold, silver, and priceless art, their polished surfaces catching flickers of candlelight. Outside, the wind whispered through the cliffs, carrying both cold and a sense of isolation, a reminder of how far removed these treasures were from the chaos below. SS guards patrolled corridors with disciplined steps, rifles slung low but eyes sharp, aware of both intruders and the vastness of what they protected. The faint aroma of damp stone, oil, and human sweat pervaded tunnels, grounding the monumental scale of the operation in human reality. Maps marked hidden chambers, secret passages, and escape routes, traced in pencil with meticulous care and constant vigilance. Each step deeper into the mountain was a step further from the ordinary world, a journey into shadows both physical and moral. In these hidden halls, wealth and art waited silently, suspended between awe and danger. Inside a cavern, larger than a city hall, statues of marble and bronze stood veiled in layers of dust and salt, their features half hidden, half revealed by the flickering lantern light. Soldiers moved carefully, whispering to one another, aware that each misstep could shatter centuries of craftsmanship. The scent of mineral-rich air mixed with varnish and metal, creating a sensory tapestry of preservation and theft. Crates of canvases rested atop wooden pallets, the edges marked with coded numbers and the Reich eagle, each a testament to the Nazi obsession with control and concealment. Footsteps echoed against the cavern walls, a hollow percussion that amplified both tension and wonder. Outside, snow swirled over peaks, drifting down paths too treacherous for casual travel, a natural barrier shielding human ambition. Engineers and guards monitored ventilation shafts and support beams, their eyes catching every shadow, every subtle movement in the crystalline glow. Maps sprawled on stone tables charted tunnels, storage chambers and escape routes, a network designed to protect beauty and gold from prying eyes. Every breath carried anticipation and reverence, the air thick with the weight of secrecy and the potential for discovery. In the hush of the cavern, art and treasure seemed to hold their own consciousness, waiting for the world to remember them. Above ground, alpine mist swirled through pine forests, concealing patrols moving toward a hidden castle perched precariously on a rocky outcrop. The scent of wet stone and pine resin filled the air, mingling with the faint aroma of gun oil as SS guards inspected crates and reinforced doors. Lanterns flickered across tapestries and sculptures, their delicate forms contrasting starkly with the rugged mountain backdrop. Soldiers murmured in low tones, cataloguing gold bars and crates of art, their diligence a counterpoint to the stillness outside. Maps spread across oak tables detailed secret chambers beneath the castle floors, passages that could hide wealth from both Allied and civilian eyes. The wind outside rattled shutters, a natural percussion accentuating the deliberate rhythm of human labor within. Every corner was checked twice, crates shifted to ensure stability and signatures verified, creating a meticulous record of the stolen treasures. The air was dense with awe and a hint of fear, the grandeur of hidden art suspended amidst the cold discipline of war. Guards stood alert, rifles slung over shoulders, eyes scanning both shadow and light for signs of intrusion. In the castle's upper halls, centuries of beauty waited silently, suspended between captivity and rediscovery. Deep within a network of tunnels beneath the mountains, the faint glimmer of salt crystals illuminated carved alcoves filled with gilded frames and canvases wrapped in oilcloth. Soldiers moved carefully along narrow ledges, the air heavy with moisture and the faint scent of varnish, echoing with whispered instructions. Crates were stacked with geometric precision, each labeled and sealed with inked signatures, a bureaucratic echo amidst the raw splendor of the hidden treasures. The low rumble of distant machinery and dripping water punctuated the silence, a reminder of human presence in the subterranean expanse. Lanterns cast a warm glow on marble statues partially veiled by mineral deposits, the interplay of light and crystal transforming stone into ethereal forms. Officers consulted maps, tracing tunnels and vaults, planning routes for further concealment or recovery, each line a thread connecting past theft to potential restitution. The damp air clung to clothing and skin, a tactile reminder of both physical exertion and moral weight. Footsteps reverberated softly, creating a rhythm that mirrored the heartbeat of men guarding history itself. Crates of coins and ingots rested alongside fragile artworks, juxtaposing utility and artistry, wealth and memory. In the stillness, the Alps seemed alive, holding secrets in crystalline walls, waiting for hands brave enough to uncover them. At the mouth of a salt mine, lanterns illuminated snow-covered paths, casting long shadows across jagged rocks and frozen soil. Soldiers and officers carried crates carefully, their movements deliberate, each step measured against the risk of exposure. The scent of cold earth and mineral-laden air mingled with smoke from distant campfires, a sensory map of both isolation and strategy. Statues, partially covered in salt, glimmered as if imbued with their own faint radiance. Timeless figures trapped in human greed. Maps and logs were consulted, tracing tunnels, alcoves, and secret storage rooms, ensuring nothing remained unaccounted for. Guards patrolled perimeter paths, rifles ready, eyes scanning the mist-laden valleys for signs of intrusion. The faint vibration of distant rail cars carried through the mountains, a reminder of the Reich's broader network connecting Alps to cities and beyond. Officers marked inventories meticulously, aware that each entry could shape restitution for years to come. The wind whistled through peaks and crevices, a ghostly accompaniment to human diligence below. Every corner of the mine seemed to hold stories, each crystal reflecting the magnitude of beauty and loss hidden within. In a remote alpine castle, hidden within snow-draped peaks, halls echoed with the faint sound of shuffling crates and whispered directions. Soldiers catalogued tapestries, sculptures, and precious metals, their hands careful not to disturb centuries of artistry or accumulated dust. The scent of damp stone and oil paint blended with cold air, a tactile reminder of isolation and vigilance. Lanterns cast elongated shadows across walls, revealing frescoes partially obscured by scaffolding and frost. Officers checked ledgers against crates, verifying contents and provenance, ensuring no treasure went undocumented or misplaced. The wind outside rattled windows and chimneys, a distant symphony that underscored the stillness within. Guards in alpine mist patrolled outer walls, scanning the valley below, rifles ready yet cautious, a fragile shield against both elements and enemy. The faint metallic tang of gold mingled with varnish and aged wood, a sensory echo of the human ambition that had buried these treasures. Each discovery carried awe and responsibility, a reminder that history could be preserved even amidst destruction. The castle's cold halls contained not just wealth, but memory itself, frozen in the stillness of the mountains. Along treacherous mountain passes, armored vehicles carried crates of recovered art from hidden caches, the scent of pine and exhaust mingling in sharp contrast. Soldiers moved cautiously, boots crunching snow and gravel, rifles at the ready for both wildlife and human threat. The air was crisp, carrying distant echoes of avalanches and the faint whistle of wind through crevices. Lanterns illuminated paths and crates alike, creating shifting pools of light that revealed and concealed simultaneously. Officers reviewed maps, tracing routes back to collection points, their pencils marking lines that bridged secrecy and strategy. Statues, canvases, and gold rested in armored transport, the weight of centuries pressing against the cold metal frames. Footsteps and vehicle vibrations resonated against rock, a constant reminder of both risk and determination. Guards exchanged terse signals, silent communication honed by weeks of alpine vigilance. Every mile traveled through these peaks reinforced the fragility and value of what had been hidden. In the Alps, human endeavor and natural majesty converged, a theater of awe and calculated precision. By dusk, hidden treasures across salt mines, tunnels, and castles lay catalogued and secured, the faint glow of lanterns casting long shadows across crystalline walls and frost-covered halls. Soldiers, weary yet resolute, leaned briefly against crates, inhaling the scent of varnish, mineral-rich air, and aged paper. Officers verified records one final time, maps spread before them, routes and contingencies accounted for, the weight of responsibility pressing as heavily as the stored gold. Outside, alpine winds swept across peaks and valleys, carrying snow and mist in an eternal dance of concealment and revelation. Lantern light shimmered across marble, gold, and canvas, illuminating human care against the backdrop of mountain majesty. Footsteps echoed softly, a rhythm that resonated with both awe and vigilance, the heartbeat of guardianship within stone and salt. Each recovered artifact, carefully catalogued and preserved, bridged centuries, connecting lost beauty to an uncertain future. Soldiers and officers alike understood the magnitude of their task to safeguard what history and ambition had buried beneath frozen silence. The mountains held their breath as if acknowledging the delicate balance of preservation and secrecy. In the stillness of the mountains, beauty slept in darkness, waiting for dawn. Deep beneath Berlin, the vault doors of the Reichsbank closed with a resonant clang that echoed through stone corridors like a heartbeat of greed. Soldiers and clerks moved methodically, the scent of polished metal, ink, and dust mingling in the air, creating a tangible tension of wealth and secrecy. Crates of gold bars stamped with eagles and swastikas were stacked with surgical precision, each reflecting lantern light in sharp golden glints. Outside, the city trembled under the distant roar of Allied bombers, a low, droning reminder of the world collapsing above. Himmler and other officers reviewed balance sheets with furrowed brows, calculations precise, eyes cold, unyielding. The metallic tang of coins seemed almost suffocating in the confined space, mingling with the faint odor of human sweat and candle wax. Maps were pinned on oak walls, routes traced in careful pencil marking transfers to Switzerland, Spain, and neutral ports. Footsteps echoed softly against marble floors, a rhythm that reinforced both discipline and the suffocating weight of responsibility. Each movement, each signature, reinforced the machinery of theft and survival, a delicate dance of greed and strategy. In these vaulted chambers, wealth was both weapon and shield, a tangible measure of the Reich's reach and ruthlessness. In the counting rooms, clerks handled gold coins with gloved hands, the metallic clink ringing faintly like a sinister melody through the cavernous halls. Stacks of banknotes lay in neat piles, their edges crisp and worn in equal measure, bearing the insignia of a regime whose ambition outstripped morality. Officers monitored every motion, their faces impassive, eyes flicking between ledgers and guards with calculated precision. The scent of ink, paper, and polished metal filled every corner, a sensory map of control and obsession. Outside, distant explosions shook the city, vibrations traveling through floors and walls, reminding those below of mortality and chaos above. The vaults were temperature-controlled and heavily guarded, yet the weight of stolen human lives pressed more heavily than any steel barrier. Crates were labeled meticulously, contents described with the cold accuracy of bureaucracy, each note a testament to both greed and meticulous planning. The low hum of ventilation and the occasional metallic echo of footsteps reinforced the rhythm of a machine built to consume and protect simultaneously. Soldiers whispered in measured tones, eyes scanning every shadow for potential disruption or theft. Within these walls, the Reich's hoarded wealth grew silent, powerful, and morally corrosive, a physical manifestation of human cruelty. In Switzerland, intermediaries and bankers waited patiently. As crates arrived from German rail lines, the air in dim vaults heavy with the tang of metal and anticipation. The faint aroma of paper, ink, and oil mingled with the sterile scent of cold stone, a sensory signature of secrecy and complicity. Ledgers turned under candlelight, pencils scratching across paper as auditors traced bars of gold from Berlin to Basel. The metallic scent of coins was almost overpowering, a persistent reminder of both wealth and human suffering. Couriers moved cautiously, balancing urgency and caution, aware that a single mistake could unravel entire networks of transfer. Guards leaned against crates, eyes alert, rifles resting across knees, the rhythm of their breathing, a subtle percussion in the otherwise silent room. Officers checked stamps and serial numbers, each verification a ritual of precision and control. Outside, alpine winds whistled through narrow streets, indifferent to the moral weight carried within stone walls. The faint hum of distant trains echoed like a heartbeat, connecting vault to vault, city to city, regime to collaborator. Wealth stolen and laundered, moved with the precision of a clock, unstoppable yet morally tainted. Back in Berlin, Himmler reviewed detailed sheets of wartime depletion. The ink smudged from hours of calculation and concentration. Soldiers shifted crates of gold and silver, each bar a testament to conquest and suffering, polished to gleaming perfection. The scent of burning candles and iron filled the vaults, mingling with the faint tang of human perspiration and the cold stone beneath polished boots. Officers whispered between themselves, discussing transfers, risks, and contingencies, their words deliberate and measured. Maps covered walls, routes to neutral ports meticulously traced, a network designed to evade detection and maintain control. The low vibration of distant bombs rattled doors and windows, echoing through corridors like the pulse of an empire on the edge of collapse. Every ledger entry carried moral weight, a documentation of plunder disguised as balance and precision. Guards patrolled silently, rifles slung, eyes alert to both human and environmental threats, the tension almost palpable. Outside, smoke rose from flattened districts, a reminder that empire and civilization were crumbling together. Within the Reichsbank, however, wealth remained stationary, shining and cold, a monument to human greed. In underground vaults, trains carrying Reichsbank reserves rumbled quietly toward Swiss borders, the metallic scent of gold mingling with diesel exhaust and pine from nearby forests. Soldiers leaned against crates, boots pressed into wooden floors, eyes scanning the darkness for disruption or reconnaissance planes. Lanterns swayed, casting moving shadows over stacks of bars and crates, highlighting inscriptions and Reich seals. The distant vibration of rails resonated through walls and floors, a hypnotic rhythm of transport and protection. Officers verified manifests with meticulous care, tracing serial numbers and weights, ensuring that each crate reached its destination intact. The faint aroma of coal smoke drifted in through ventilation, mingling with varnish, ink, and metal. Guards exchanged terse signals, silent communication honed through weeks of repetition and vigilance. Each mile traveled carried both treasure and moral burden, the weight of history pressing alongside the metallic cargo. Outside, wind and snow masked the sound of progress, a natural accomplice to human strategy. Through tunnels, bridges, and passes, gold moved silently, a lifeline of empire forged in cruelty. In the central counting room of the Reichsbank, stacks of gold bars gleamed under lantern light, the metallic scent sharp and almost suffocating. Clerks recorded every transfer with pencil and ledger, the scratching echoing softly through cavernous chambers. Officers moved among crates, calculating risk, verifying weights, and ensuring that nothing remained undocumented. The faint aroma of candle wax mixed with ink and metal, creating a sensory backdrop of control and obsession. Outside, bombs shook Berlin, windows rattling and dust falling from ceilings. Yet below, wealth remained untouched, sacred and untouchable. Guards patrolled silently, rifles resting across chests, eyes trained on shadows cast by swaying lanterns. Maps traced lines to Switzerland, Spain, and neutral ports, the network a testament to foresight and moral compromise. Every gold bar represented not only material value but lives displaced, economies stolen, and a continent exploited. The soft vibration of the floors from distant machinery created a rhythmic tension, a pulse of both fear and dominance. Within these walls, the Reich's ambition crystallized, cold, precise, and unrepentant. At a Swiss vault, intermediaries handled Reichsbank shipments with surgical precision, the faint smell of metal and cold stone dominating the air. Crates were opened carefully, coins counted, bars weighed, and documentation verified with exacting diligence. The metallic tang of gold mixed with the faint aroma of ink and oil, creating a sensory reminder of both wealth and the human cost behind it. Couriers moved with urgent calm, aware that every mistake could compromise an entire chain of transfer. Guards leaned against crates, rifles resting, eyes scanning shadows for potential disruption or discovery. Ledgers traced serial numbers and weights, a paper trail cloaked in secrecy and moral ambiguity. Outside, snow drifted silently, masking the motion of men and metal alike, alpine winds indifferent to human greed. Officers consulted maps, tracing routes, calculating timings, ensuring that every shipment was accounted for. Each movement carried the silent weight of complicity, a reminder that fortune and conscience rarely traveled together. The vaults stood as silent witnesses to the machinery of theft, unbroken yet morally fractured. By nightfall, Reichsbank vaults across Berlin and Switzerland lay secured, gold stacked, coins counted, and ledgers meticulously annotated. The metallic scent lingering in stone corridors, soldiers and clerks leaned briefly against crates, exhaustion tempered by the mechanical precision of a system built on greed and foresight. Officers reviewed manifests one last time, the low hum of distant bombs and city vibrations, a constant reminder of war outside these walls. Lanterns flickered across polished bars and carefully wrapped canvases, casting long shadows over symbols of power and exploitation. Footsteps echoed softly, the rhythm a quiet testament to human diligence and moral compromise. Each ledger entry carried both value and consequence, a record of theft disguised as bookkeeping. Guards patrolled with vigilance, rifles ready, eyes scanning for intrusion or disaster, the tension almost tangible. The faint tang of metal and ink clung to air and skin, a constant reminder of the empire's hoarded wealth. Outside, cities burned, armies clashed and lives were shattered, yet below, gold remained immovable, a monument to greed itself. The war chest of a dying empire was forged from the tears of its victims. The roads of eastern Germany were slick with mud, churned by the relentless movement of tanks, trucks, and desperate soldiers fleeing the advancing Allies. Convoys laden with gold, silver, and priceless art creaked under the strain, wheels sinking into the blackened earth as engines roared in futile defiance. Soldiers in uniform gripped steering wheels with trembling hands, the smell of diesel, sweat, and wet leather thick in the cabins. SS men barked orders through clenched teeth, their faces pale with fear as the world around them crumbled. Villagers peeked from shuttered windows, whispers rippling through the fog as gold-laden trucks passed under shadowed trees. The faint tang of smoke from burning ledgers hung in the cold air, evidence of a bureaucracy collapsing under its own weight. Lanterns swayed in the back of open trucks, casting flickering light over crates of treasure, shadows dancing over polished wood and metal. Every mile travelled carried both hope and desperation, the fear of capture propelling men who had once wielded power. The air was thick with tension, the forest silent yet watchful, as if holding its breath for the inevitable reckoning. In this landscape, history and human frailty collided, gold and art caught between ambition and survival. Along narrow forest paths, trucks became mired in deep mud, engines stalling with wet, sucking resistance, leaving their cargo vulnerable to discovery. Soldiers jumped from cabs, boots sinking into the mire, faces etched with anxiety and exhaustion, the scent of earth and oil mingling. SS officers cursed under their breath, shoving at crates and gesturing toward distant hills, the metallic tang of gold almost suffocating in the stagnant air. Villagers moved silently along hidden trails, catching glimpses of polished bars and gilded frames, hearts racing with both fear and awe. Lanterns glowed against the thickening fog, casting long shadows across soaked ground and twisted branches. The constant vibration of engines and vehicles reverberated through the forest, a low, urgent hum blending with the calls of distant birds startled by the intrusion. Smoke from hastily burned documents curled into the cold air, carrying the scent of secrecy and destruction. Each crate represented stolen wealth, human suffering, and the last desperate efforts of a collapsing regime. Soldiers wiped mud from hands and faces, eyes darting toward distant hills where Allied planes might appear at any moment. The forest seemed endless, a silent witness to human greed and terror caught in motion. In a small Bavarian village, villagers crouched behind stone walls, eyes fixed on a convoy snaking through narrow streets, their ears ringing with the metallic clank of treasure-filled trucks. Children clutched their mothers' skirts, sensing tension without understanding its full meaning. The cold wind biting at exposed skin. Soldiers scanned rooftops and alleys, alert to every shadow, the pungent scent of sweat, diesel, and fear filling the air. SS men tore through ledgers in frantic haste, flames licking the edges, smoke curling into grey skies above. Crates of gold bars shone dully in lantern light, their weight both literal and symbolic, testament to the Reich's desperate preservation of power. The villagers whispered stories that had begun months before, rumors of vanished wealth and hidden caches, the tension palpable in every breath. Outside, horses shied in barns, hooves clattering against straw-strewn floors, mirroring the chaos of human activity on the streets. Officers gestured sharply, directing movement with an urgency born of panic and strategy alike. The convoy creaked forward, leaving behind a trail of mud, smoke, and unspoken fear. Every passing moment carried the realization that the empire they served was unraveling, its riches slipping through trembling hands. Overhead, Allied reconnaissance planes hummed like distant predators, scanning forested hills and frozen plains for signs of movement. Soldiers in trucks ducked instinctively, the smell of hot metal and engine oil mixing with adrenaline and fear. Gold crates rattled with every bump, echoing faintly against steel walls and muddy roads. SS officers barked orders, faces tight with strain, voices cutting through the low murmur of engines and wind. Villagers crouched in hidden nooks, eyes wide as the last convoys of the Reich crawled past, their whispers a chorus of awe and anxiety. Smoke from burned ledgers rose against the grey sky, a faint reminder of a bureaucracy collapsing even as treasures moved forward. Lanterns flickered in the backs of trucks, revealing glimpses of painted canvases and sculpted statues, their colours vivid in the dim light. Each mile covered was measured against both hope of escape and the inevitability of capture, a delicate balance of human ambition and desperation. Frost clung to branches, glinting like crystal, indifferent to the human drama unfolding below. The forest held its breath, the weight of history pressing as heavily as the cargo within the trucks. In a muddy clearing, engines died with a final shudder. The convoy immobilized as soldiers cursed, struggled, and dug desperately at the frozen earth. The metallic tang of gold seemed almost suffocating, mixing with smoke and exhaust in the cold air. Officers shouted above the wind, calculating possibilities, their hands stained with oil and mud, faces lined with fatigue and panic. Villagers watched from hidden vantage points, hearts hammering, the faint smell of pine and wet soil carrying the tension of proximity and danger. SS men set fire to remaining ledgers, smoke curling skyward, the faint acrid scent cutting through the cold air. Lanterns illuminated gold bars and crates of art, casting shadows across faces taut with fear and determination. Soldiers heaved crates onto sleds, sliding them over ice and mud in frantic improvisation, muscles burning with the exertion of desperation. The wind carried distant artillery fire, a stark reminder of the crumbling Reich beyond the forest. Each movement was both tactical and moral, a delicate negotiation between survival and the inevitable loss of everything they sought to protect. In these moments, gold and art were transformed into symbols of desperation, their value amplified by the perils surrounding them. Along frozen river banks, convoys paused, drivers balancing engines against ice, the pungent scent of diesel and metal mingling with the crisp cold air. Soldiers dismounted, scanning tree lines, the muffled thud of boots on frozen mud, a fragile rhythm against the vast silence. Crates rattled under gloved hands, some shifting precariously on sleds, others threatening to tip with a single misstep. Officers gestured sharply, forcing movement, the urgency of survival echoing in every order. Villagers pressed against walls and fences, hearts racing at the sight of glinting gold and the muffled sounds of human panic. Smoke from burned documents lingered, curling against the grey sky, a signal of both secrecy and despair. Lanterns illuminated crates stacked like monuments to greed, casting long shadows over frozen earth and anxious faces. Engines roared to life again, wheels spinning, metal groaning, mud splattering over boots and faces alike. Every mile gained was temporary, each successful maneuver shadowed by the inevitability of Allied pursuit. The convoys moved like ghosts through wintered forests, carrying both treasure and the palpable weight of a failing empire. In villages along narrow passes, whispers spread of gold and art disappearing into forests, rivers, and snow. The local population caught between curiosity and fear. Soldiers and officers kept tight formations, rifles slung, eyes scanning tree lines, aware that discovery meant death or capture. Crates of gold glimmered faintly in lantern light, the metallic scent almost overpowering, mingling with the smoke from torched records. Engines vibrated through mud and ice, the low rumble punctuating the tense quiet of wintered forests. Villagers exchanged glances, children pressed against mothers' skirts, the thrill of observation tinged with dread. SS men moved with mechanical precision, hauling crates, shouting commands, the faint metallic clang echoing against trees and frozen earth. Maps were consulted under lantern light, routes traced in haste, contingencies recalculated with every obstacle. Smoke curled from makeshift fires, illuminating faces gaunt from fatigue and fear. Each passing convoy carried both hope and terror, treasures borne forward, even as the Reich's death knell sounded closer. The gold itself seemed to pulse with human anxiety, a silent witness to desperation in motion. By evening, the final convoys of 1945 creaked through forests and villages, their gold-laden cargo slipping into the uncertainty of wintered Europe. Soldiers, exhausted and hollow-eyed, leaned against crates, inhaling the cold air thick with smoke, diesel, and metallic tang. Officers reviewed destroyed ledgers and hastily redrawn maps, calculating routes as if defiance could outrun fate. Villagers peered from shadows, whispers carrying the weight of stories they might never repeat, hearts pounding with awe and apprehension. Lanterns flickered across polished bars, crates of paintings and sculptures, revealing glimpses of human ambition and folly. Engines groaned under frozen wheels, the rhythm of movement a fragile cadence against the stillness of forest and snow. Each mile was both survival and moral reckoning, a tense negotiation between vanishing power and the inevitability of Allied control. Smoke drifted from burned documents, the acrid scent a symbol of knowledge and wealth erased in panic. Crates, trucks, and human determination pressed forward, leaving behind only traces of movement and memory. As the Reich collapsed, its gold vanished into forests, rivers, and silence. The entrance to the Merkers salt mine yawned like a cavernous mouth, swallowing the headlights of jeeps that cut through the dense pre-dawn mist. Soldiers descended cautiously, the damp scent of mineral-laden air mingling with the metallic tang of anticipation. Each step echoed against the stone walls, reverberating through tunnels carved over centuries, a faint drumbeat to a discovery that would redefine the war. Eisenhower himself stepped into the gloom, eyes sharp, face set against the cold, oppressive darkness. Lanterns swung from harnesses, casting long, shifting shadows across walls lined with mineral crystals, glinting faintly like trapped stars. Soldiers whispered under their breath, the rustle of maps and papers mingling with the distant drip of condensation. Crates marked with Reich insignia loomed ahead, stacked higher than men, their polished surfaces reflecting flickering light. The smell of aged wood, varnish, and metallic wealth pervaded the air, grounding awe in human reality. Guards who had escorted the treasures now stood silently, faces pale and tense, aware of both discovery and accountability. Here, beneath centuries of stone, human ambition and greed lay exposed, waiting to be catalogued. As jeeps advanced deeper into the tunnels, the scale of the hoard became unmistakable. Walls lined with gold bars stacked in precise geometric towers. Soldiers brushed away dust, revealing coins and ingots stamped with eagles, their weight tangible in every movement. Lantern light shimmered against crates of currency, bundles of banknotes piled high, edges crisp yet yellowed with age. Eisenhower paused to take in the enormity, the faint tang of metal and ink heavy in the cavernous air. Maps were consulted quickly, officers marking positions of crates and vaults with urgent precision. The low rumble of distant machinery and the faint drip of water created a rhythm, a cadence underscoring human astonishment. Soldiers whispered stories of treasures previously only rumored, their voices hushed by both reverence and disbelief. Every turn revealed more, paintings, statues, and artifacts, each a testament to systematic plunder across a continent. The scent of oil paint, varnish, and polished wood lingered, a sensory echo of centuries of culture turned captive. In these subterranean halls, shock was not just emotional, it was physical, pressing against lungs and skin alike. A narrow passage opened onto a vast cavern, ceilings lost in shadow, where gold and art rose like man-made mountains. Crates balanced on each other precariously, officers moving with meticulous care to prevent catastrophe. Lanterns reflected off gilded surfaces, illuminating edges of canvases and sculpted faces frozen in time. Soldiers paused, inhaling the damp metallic air thick with awe, their boots scuffing against mineral dust. Eisenhower's voice echoed softly, measured yet deliberate, acknowledging both human triumph and the magnitude of theft. Paper bundles, wrapped and stacked, emitted the faint aroma of ink and age, relics of an economy built on conquest and terror. Guards remained tense, eyes scanning shadowed corners for hidden chambers or traps, aware of the weight of what they had escorted. The rhythmic clink of coins echoed in the cavern, almost musical against the oppressive silence. Every movement of hands or lantern cast new angles of light, revealing treasures previously obscured by dust and shadow. In that instant, the true scale of Nazi plunder became undeniable, a glittering monument to ambition and atrocity. Deeper corridors revealed crates labeled with cities, museums, and private collections. Paris, Warsaw, Vienna, a meticulous record of theft spanning occupied Europe. Soldiers lifted lids with cautious hands, revealing paintings wrapped in canvas, sculptures padded with straw, and stacks of polished bars. The air was dense with the mingled scents of varnish, oil, mineral, and human exertion, each breath carrying the weight of history. Officers scribbled notes, marking serial numbers, calculating values, and documenting provenance, aware that every detail would shape post-war restitution. The flicker of lanterns illuminated SS insignias, still faintly visible on crates, a silent reminder of those who had orchestrated the theft. Footsteps echoed softly against stone floors, a measured rhythm against the cavern's vastness, blending fear and excitement. Soldiers whispered about rumors of treasures, now confirmed, their voices carrying a mixture of disbelief and grim satisfaction. Eisenhower moved slowly, taking stock of both quantity and quality, his presence grounding awe with authority. Each crate lifted revealed more than wealth. It revealed lives disrupted, culture stolen, and a continent plundered with methodical cruelty. In the silent depths, shock settled over all, a shared understanding of the scale of human ambition made tangible. At the mine's far end, a vault door larger than any officer could imagine swung open, revealing walls lined floor to ceiling with gold bars. The metallic scent was almost overpowering, mixing with damp stone and the faint odor of torches burning nearby. Soldiers stacked crates carefully, their movements slow and deliberate, as if afraid to disturb centuries of careful concealment. Lanterns reflected off gilded surfaces, turning the cavern into a hall of gold and shadow. Eisenhower traced lines of sight, noting security features, planning transport, and absorbing the immensity of discovery. Guards shifted uneasily, aware that what had been secret for years now lay exposed, the culmination of both fear and strategy. The rhythmic drip of water echoed through tunnels, mingling with the faint clink of coins and movement of crates. Maps spread on stone tables documented the hoard, each line a path connecting theft, war, and eventual recovery. Soldiers paused to breathe, inhaling both awe and metallic tang, hearts pounding against the cavernous silence. Beneath layers of stone, dust, and secrecy, the mine stood as a monument to greed, strategy, and human ingenuity. Jeep headlights cut through narrow passageways, illuminating crates of art stacked like architectural statements, each canvas telling a story of loss and conquest. Soldiers moved with caution, their boots stirring mineral dust, the smell of damp stone clinging to uniforms. Officers examined ledgers recovered from burned crates, piecing together the methodical record-keeping of a collapsing regime. Lanterns swayed gently, casting dancing shadows across the polished surfaces of gold bars, glinting like captured sunlight. The low hum of distant engines from outside reminded all of a war still raging beyond the mine's protective stone. Guards remained alert, rifles at the ready, scanning every shadow, aware that discovery brought both triumph and risk. Coins rattled softly as soldiers shifted crates, their hands brushing metal cold to the touch, hearts quickening at the scale of the haul. Eisenhower paused to inspect a stack of foreign banknotes, the faint odor of ink and parchment a tactile reminder of theft and displacement. Every step taken within the cavern reinforced both awe and disbelief, a mixture of relief and horror. Beneath the earth, human ambition, greed, and cultural plunder lay naked, glittering in the dim, flickering light. As cataloguing continued, the realization of scale struck all present. Gold bars stretched endlessly, canvases stacked meticulously, coins piled in geometric perfection. Soldiers murmured in hushed tones, the reverberation of footsteps against stone amplifying the magnitude of discovery. The scent of varnish, oil, and metal created a tangible overlay, grounding abstract shock in physical reality. Eisenhower traced each section of the mine with careful attention, noting security, accessibility, and logistical challenges. Guards moved silently along stacked crates, alert to every sound, every shift of weight, the tension almost palpable. Lantern light glinted off the edges of gilded frames, highlighting brushstrokes and patina frozen in time. Maps marked locations across Europe, connecting the mine to prior thefts and the broader machinery of plunder. Each discovery carried weight beyond material value, history, memory, and loss interwoven with every bar and canvas. Soldiers exchanged glances, awe mirrored in every eye, the enormity of what they faced sinking into consciousness. In this underground cathedral of stolen culture, shock became both a weapon and a witness. By nightfall, the Merkers mine had revealed its secrets fully, the cavern glittering with gold, art, and currency stacked higher than men could reach. Lanterns cast long shadows across walls, illuminating crates, canvases, and ingots, the flickering light highlighting both wealth and moral consequence. Soldiers rested briefly, inhaling mineral-laden air heavy with metallic tang, a sensory map of human ambition and cruelty. Eisenhower surveyed the scene with quiet authority, documenting the magnitude of plunder for history and restitution. Guards maintained vigilance, rifles slung, eyes scanning tunnels for hidden pockets or overlooked treasures. The rhythmic drip of condensation, the faint clink of metal, and the low hum of distant activity created a soundtrack of discovery and tension. Every ledger, crate, and bar told a story of theft, conquest, and desperation, a stark contrast to the silence of the mine itself. Soldiers moved carefully among the stacks, cataloguing, lifting, and verifying, aware that each moment etched history further into memory. Maps, ledgers, and careful observation transformed chaos into understanding, human effort bringing clarity to monumental plunder. Here beneath the earth the true scale of plunder was laid bare in cold, glittering silence. The rails outside Budapest gleamed faintly under a winter sun, cold metal stretching across frost-covered fields, carrying a cargo that weighed heavier than any soldier's pack. Civilians huddled along embankments, faces pale, breath visible in the frozen air, watching guarded trains snake through their city like iron serpents. Inside, crates and wagons overflowed with stolen jewelry, household treasures, and wedding rings stripped from families condemned by the Nazi regime. The metallic tang of gold mingled with the faint scent of soot, oil, and pine from the surrounding countryside. Soldiers in grey uniforms paced alongside, rifles at the ready, eyes scanning for escapees or partisan interference. The rhythmic clatter of wheels over rails carried a hypnotic tension, punctuated by distant church bells that rang above the smoke and frost. Each crate bore the marks of meticulous theft, initials scratched, inventory sheets stapled, looted history made tangible. Officers exchanged terse words, faces taut with authority and unease, the moral burden invisible yet palpable. Beyond the fences, villagers whispered stories of vanished neighbors and confiscated wealth, their voices trembling with grief and disbelief. In these moments, the gold train became more than metal and wood. It was a vessel of tragedy carrying the weight of countless lives erased. As the train rumbled eastward, its interior revealed treasures piled high, wedding rings spilling from burlap bags like frozen tears of families displaced. Soldiers shifted crates carefully, aware of the fragility of both objects and conscience, the metallic clink resonating in low rhythmic pulses. The scent of aged gold, varnished wood, and paper inventories filled the air, a tangible reminder of systematic plunder. Officers reviewed manifests by lantern light, their fingers tracing numbers that represented more than value. Each item once belonged to someone alive, now vanished. Outside, snow drifted across rail ties, muffling footsteps and voices, creating an eerie, frozen silence. Civilians pressed against walls or peered from windows, eyes wide at the treasures flashing behind bars and guards. The rhythmic vibration of wheels against tracks transmitted through soldiers' boots, a tactile pulse linking metal, earth, and moral tension. Even those trained for war paused, breathing uneven, conscience warring with duty. Each movement of crates carried history, memory, and the impossible weight of human loss. The gold train was no longer a military transport. It had become a monument to stolen lives, frozen in motion. US forces would later encounter the train, its contents both astonishing and troubling, the moral implications pressing heavier than any physical cargo. Officers moved carefully through wagons, inhaling the metallic scent of gold mingled with dust and age, aware of the lives erased behind each glint. Soldiers paused to inspect piles of jewelry, wedding bands, and household heirlooms, their fingers brushing against objects once worn with love and memory. Lanterns illuminated crates stacked haphazardly, canvases wrapped in brown paper, coins and currency spilling across wooden floors. The faint odor of varnish and oil paint mingled with the cold, damp air, a sensory map of both plunder and neglect. Soldiers whispered to each other, voices low, attempting to reconcile duty with conscience, their breath visible in the freezing air. Outside, the countryside stretched silent and unforgiving, trees coated in frost, fields empty, the train a lonely vessel amid frozen desolation. Each bar of gold, every necklace, and each coin told a story of theft, loss, and human suffering. Officers made notes documenting provenance and condition, aware that history and justice hung in precarious balance. In these wagons, tragedy was tangible, pressing into skin and mind with every movement and metallic echo. Civilians lined the tracks in small Hungarian villages, peering cautiously from behind fences and walls, their eyes reflecting fear, curiosity, and grief simultaneously. Children clutched mothers' hands, faces pale against the grey sky, absorbing the strange mix of awe and terror that the passing trains evoked. Soldiers guarded the wagons with tense vigilance, rifles slung but eyes scanning the frozen horizon for partisan threats. Gold coins clinked faintly in burlap sacks, the sound haunting in its delicate rhythm against the stillness of wintered fields. Officers inspected crates of jewelry, examining inventories and tallying items with precise, almost mechanical movements. The air was filled with the faint aroma of metal, varnish, and burned paper from hastily destroyed ledgers, a sensory overlay of theft and concealment. Horses stamped in nearby barns, shivering in the cold, their presence underscoring the human and natural life displaced by war. Lantern light flickered across crates, glinting off polished surfaces, shadows dancing across anxious faces. Every step of the convoy, every creak of rail, carried both human suffering and a creeping moral reckoning. The gold train moved forward, a somber procession of stolen history threading through a landscape scarred by occupation and loss. Inside the wagons, wedding rings tumbled over one another, their golden curves a silent testimony to lives destroyed, families decimated, and homes emptied. Soldiers handled the objects with care, aware that each small item was irreplaceable, yet also powerless to restore what had been taken. Lanterns illuminated piles of jewelry, necklaces coiled like golden snakes, brooches glittering faintly against shadowed crates. The metallic scent of gold mingled with paper dust and the faint oiliness of varnished wood, a sensory map of human ambition and cruelty. Officers recorded serial numbers and inspected crates, balancing the mechanical task of documentation against a rising sense of moral unease. Outside, frost-coated trees swayed gently in the wind, indifferent witnesses to the human tragedy in motion below. Soldiers whispered, their voices muted against the rhythmic clatter of wheels, sharing stunned observations and private reflections. Each crate of personal treasures amplified the weight of human suffering, transforming the train into a moving monument to loss. The rhythmic vibration of the tracks transmitted through boots and hands, linking every soldier to the story of theft and grief. For every necklace, ring, and coin, there was a family erased, a history erased, a life left behind. As the gold train reached depots in Allied-controlled zones, US officers faced logistical and ethical dilemmas, balancing security with moral responsibility. Soldiers moved quickly to unload crates, the metallic tang of gold filling enclosed spaces, mingling with the faint scent of dust, varnish, and human sweat. Lanterns reflected off stacks of ingots, canvases, and jewelry, highlighting the contrast between human beauty and human cruelty. Officers recorded, numbered, and catalogued items, noting provenance and condition, their faces taut with both awe and sorrow. Soldiers carried heavy crates through snow-covered yards, boots slipping, the rhythmic clink of gold echoing in the cold air. The moral weight of the task pressed on every participant, the conflict between duty and conscience almost tangible. Outside, civilians watched silently, their breaths visible in the frigid air, hearts heavy with memory and loss. Every coin, necklace, and painting carried a story, a family, a culture, and a life violently interrupted. Officers paused frequently, weighing decisions, aware that the task ahead involved not only logistics but justice. In these moments, the gold train became both evidence and testimony, its contents bridging tragedy and accountability. Soldiers and officers catalogued treasures meticulously, aware that the gold train's contents represented the culmination of systematic plunder across Hungary and Eastern Europe. Gold bars were stacked, coins counted, and crates of jewelry examined, every item carefully documented against the grim history of theft. The metallic scent of gold mingled with varnish, paper, and human effort, a physical marker of both history and loss. Soldiers whispered about families lost, about the lives once tethered to the items now in crates, voices trembling with empathy and disbelief. Lanterns flickered across stacks of canvases, illuminating brushstrokes of art once stolen from museums and homes, each piece a testament to human culture made captive. Officers reviewed manifests and cross-referenced reports from previous months, their faces set, eyes haunted by the scale of plunder. Outside, snow fell silently, blanketing the world in muted white, indifferent to the weight of grief carried within the wagons. Every crate carried a story, every item a history, and every glance a reflection on morality and justice. Soldiers moved methodically, the metallic clink of gold echoing like a heartbeat in otherwise silent yards. The gold train had become a moving archive of human tragedy, catalogued meticulously yet heavy with untold stories. By nightfall, the gold train rested in secure Allied yards, its cargo inventoried, guarded, and catalogued, yet the human cost lingered palpably in the air. Soldiers, officers, and civilians alike paused, inhaling the metallic, varnished, and paper-laden scent, sensing the enormity of what lay before them. Crates gleamed under lantern light, coins stacked, jewelry coiled, canvases wrapped, every surface reflecting both wealth and human suffering. Officers faced moral weight in silence, understanding that no ledger or tally could restore what had been stolen. The rhythmic clatter of wheels and boots had been replaced by a muted, contemplative hush, broken only by distant wind or the occasional metallic echo. Every necklace, every ring, every gold bar carried a life erased, a culture interrupted, a family bereaved. Soldiers catalogued carefully, aware that these objects were both evidence and memory, physical proof of a war waged against humanity. Lantern light glinted off polished surfaces, reflecting both awe and sorrow back into watchful eyes. Outside, snow continued to fall, covering railways and fields, yet unable to hide the traces of history carried within the wagons. For every necklace there was a name, for every ring a life left behind. The Baltic Sea stretched grey and merciless, waves breaking over distant horizons, hiding histories beneath rolling swells. Sailors aboard Allied ships scanned churning waters, binoculars catching flashes of rusted hulls, barely visible beneath foam and spray. Rumors whispered among officers spoke of treasure-laden ships, convoys of gold and art, lost to storm, torpedo, and frantic scuttling. The scent of salt, oil, and cold iron filled the air, a tangible reminder of both danger and uncertainty. Sonar operators traced ghostly outlines beneath waves, shadows shifting in undulating darkness, tantalizing and elusive. The horizon was a frozen line between hope and despair, each swell concealing secrets of human greed and wartime desperation. Divers trained their eyes through goggles, breathing apparatus hissing faintly as cold water pressed against skin like invisible hands. Officers logged positions, their hands trembling slightly, aware that every reading could signal discovery or disappointment. Ships scoured coastlines, harbors, and wreck sites, tracking history that refused to surface easily. Some treasures, it seemed, were determined to vanish with the tide, leaving only stories to ripple across memory. In the North Sea, wrecks slumbered beneath turbulent waves, steel twisted and corroded by decades of salt water and time. Divers moved cautiously, lantern beams slicing through murky water, illuminating hulls encrusted with barnacles and mystery. Every metallic clang echoed across watery corridors, the resonance magnified by the ocean's oppressive depth. Sonar screens pulsed with shadowy shapes, the outlines of crates, cannons, and hulls suggesting hidden cargo yet unreachable. The smell of brine and decay clung to wetsuits, mingling with the faint tang of engine oil from surface vessels. Officers consulted faded maps and wartime logs, tracing ship movements, port departures, and documented losses. Each wreck offered a promise, each dive a risk, human curiosity colliding with nature's indifference. Fish darted through twisted beams, indifferent to the weight of history resting above them. Divers' gloved hands brushed over crates, metal corroded and slippery, treasures hidden for generations. The sea, indifferent to human ambition, seemed to mock every effort to reclaim what it had swallowed. Storms battered coastlines, waves smashing into cliffs and breakwaters, hiding wrecks beneath their frothing cauldron. Sailors and divers alike battled both water and exhaustion, hearts pounding against the rhythm of rising and falling decks. The scent of salt spray stung eyes, mingling with diesel from engines, laboring to maintain position over suspected wreck sites. Sonar operators followed shifting echoes, shadows rising and falling like spectral reminders of plunder sunk beneath a cold, uncaring sea. Rusted hatches and twisted steel emerged as divers explored, the crunch of corrosion under fingers reverberating against bone. Officers recorded each find meticulously, aware that tangible proof of lost Nazi treasure carried both legal and historical significance. Waves slapped hulls, tugging at anchors and cables, a constant reminder of nature's power over human endeavor. Lanterns flickered through turbid water, illuminating coins, crates, and warped wood, fragments of ambition preserved beneath pressure. Every discovery carried the thrill of history and the weight of tragedy, treasures entwined with lives stolen and cultures uprooted. The ocean had become both a tomb and a guardian, concealing gold and art in perpetual silence. At dusk, ships formed grids across storm-tossed waters, engines straining against wind and current, each crew intent on locating submerged secrets. The smell of salt and engine oil hung heavy, mixing with the faint metallic tang of corroding wreckage nearby. Divers descended into icy darkness, lights cutting through the black, each shadow revealing a fragment of history lost to war. Metal groaned under water pressure, hulls creaking as currents tugged at twisted steel, the ocean playing a slow, merciless symphony. Officers consulted charts and sonar, comparing readings to wartime intelligence, tracking convoy routes that had ended abruptly beneath waves. Lantern beams revealed shapes, crates, barrels, and broken chests, each a potential testament to plunder and desperation. The rhythmic hiss of regulators and bubbles ascending to the surface echoed faintly against hulls and water, the only sounds in an otherwise silent grave. Fish darted among wrecks, indifferent observers to human greed and historical consequence. Each recovered artifact carried stories of looted banks, fleeing officers, and vanished families, material proof of conflict and conquest. The sea held its secrets close, whispering history only to those willing to risk the depths. Off the coast of Mecklenburg, sonar operators identified a shadow that stretched longer than any known shipwreck, its outline suggesting holds filled with cargo. Divers approached cautiously, the pressure of water pressing like iron breathing apparatus, hissing as they descended into blackness. The faint scent of salt and rust permeated the depths, mingling with the metallic tang of hidden treasure. Lantern beams revealed broken crates, corroded coins scattered like stardust over the ocean floor. Officers on deck whispered in low tones, mapping positions, debating approaches, their faces tense with excitement and dread. Currents tugged at divers' limbs and equipment, every movement an effort against nature's relentless force. Crates shifted slightly under their touch, the groan of metal a haunting counterpoint to silence above. Fish, oblivious to history, swam through twisted beams, scattering reflections of light across ruined cargo. Every recovery carried the weight of moral ambiguity, looting transformed by time into a strange posthumous justice. The shadows beneath the sea held stories unspoken, waiting for hands willing to uncover them. Storm clouds gathered as vessels maneuvered over suspected wrecks, rain slicing into steel decks, soaking officers and sailors alike. The smell of salt and wet canvas dominated the air, a harsh sensory reminder of nature's supremacy over human designs. Divers slipped into the frigid water, lights cutting through inky blackness, illuminating twisted hulls and encrusted gold. Sonar pulsed rhythmically beneath the ship, echoing shadows of hidden hulls and lost riches. Every movement carried risk, equipment failure, shifting currents, and the ever-present weight of history beneath their hands. Officers logged every detail, aware that each artifact recovered was a fragment of human greed and suffering crystallized beneath decades of sea. Lanterns illuminated ingots, coins and crates encrusted with marine life, the contrast between wealth and corrosion stark and somber. The ocean seemed alive, currents whispering across wrecks, guarding stories of theft, desperation, and escape. Waves pounded against hulls, blending sound with tension, reminding all that the sea was both adversary and keeper of memory. Each recovered item was triumph and tragedy intertwined, relics of plunder returned from watery exile. In coastal harbors, officers coordinated storage, documenting artifacts salvaged from the depths, the metallic tang lingering in enclosed spaces. Divers emerged from water, bodies trembling, wetsuits frozen stiff against cold winds, eyes wide with both shock and awe. Lantern light reflected off crates and ingots, creating a hall of fleeting brilliance within temporary depots. Sonar readings continued, shadows of other wrecks beckoning, teasing with the promise of undiscovered plunder. Soldiers and sailors moved carefully, aware that history and legality balanced precariously with human desire. The smell of brine, diesel, and metallic decay permeated every breath, sensory reminders of sacrifice and discovery. Divers whispered of eerie beauty beneath waves, of coins scattered like stars over rusted decks, and the haunting silence of submerged history. Each recovered item was catalogued, photographed, and logged, yet every artifact hinted at more lost to the depths. The ocean had swallowed entire chapters of war, leaving fragments for the daring and the persistent. Even as treasures surfaced, the sea maintained dominion, a silent, unbroken guardian of its secrets. By nightfall, the surface of the Baltic lay calm, a deceptive mirror over the hidden labyrinths of rusted ships and vanished treasure. Lanterns flickered across decks, illuminating crates, coins, and ingots, each recovery both triumph and testament to human curiosity. Officers paused, inhaling the cold, briny air, hearts heavy with awe, and the knowledge of countless stories submerged with the ships. Waves lapped gently against hulls, carrying the scent of salt, rust, and history, a reminder of time's slow reclamation. Divers removed equipment, shivering, aware that the shadows they had navigated held both mystery and moral weight. Metal creaked and groaned beneath water pressure, the final echo of cargo left behind, preserved in silence. Ships that had vanished during wartime storms now became partially known, the ocean revealing only fragments of its hidden history. Lanterns reflected on gold, art, and coins, the contrast of glitter and decay striking against the dark waters. Every shadow scanned by sonar, every diver's cautious sweep, was a step into the unknown, into both human ambition and natural indifference. Some secrets sank with the tide, guarded forever by the sea's unbroken silence. In a secluded estate on the outskirts of Bavaria, the scent of polished wood and cold stone mingled with the faint metallic tang of gold and silver. SS trucks arrived under grey morning skies, their engines rumbling like distant thunder across frost-hardened fields. Crates were unloaded with mechanical precision, labelled with cryptic codes, sealed with wax, and stacked in hidden cellars, each containing stolen treasures beyond measure. Maps littered a heavy oak desk, black crosses marking locations of caches, each a testament to fear, foresight, and obsessive greed. Himmler paced slowly, fingers brushing the edges of jewels and coins, his eyes darting to security officers stationed near every entrance. The faint aroma of tobacco smoke mixed with varnish, a sensory overlay of comfort and paranoia, grounding him even as war encroached. Lanterns illuminated stacks of silverware, gemstones, and precious fabrics, glinting under his calculating gaze. Servants moved silently, aware that any misstep could provoke wrath, the tension palpable in the cold, draughty room. Outside, winter fog clung to trees, muffling distant gunfire and the faint rumble of trains carrying plunder across the Reich. Within these walls, fear and greed coexisted, a quiet pulse driving secrecy and meticulous record-keeping. Himmler's private offices were a labyrinth of locked cabinets, hidden drawers, and false walls, each containing the spoils of conquest and betrayal. The faint smell of dust, paper, and varnished wood permeated the air, mingling with the colder tang of metal hidden within ornate boxes. Guards moved silently along corridors, boots muffled by thick rugs, eyes scanning for intrusion or betrayal. Each crate delivered from occupied cities was catalogued, weighed, and inventoried, the SS bureaucracy turning theft into an exercise of obsessive control. Silver chalices and ceremonial swords gleamed faintly under flickering lantern light, relics once belonging to families now vanished. Himmler's gaze lingered on jewelry stolen from private homes, its brilliance reflecting both artistry and human cost. The rhythmic scratching of quills on ledgers marked each transaction, each concealment, a pulse beneath the quiet of the estate. Windows remained shuttered, sealing the scent of wealth within, while frost painted the outside glass in intricate patterns. Servants whispered among themselves, sharing rumors of treasures hidden in tunnels or behind false panels, their voices hesitant yet trembling with curiosity. The entire estate breathed secrecy, a tangible aura of paranoia that permeated walls, floors, and even the air itself. Trucks rolled through narrow forest roads, carrying crates destined for isolated barns and cold cellars, their engines echoing across snow-covered hills. The scent of exhaust, mixed with pine and frost, clung to the air, reminding all of the outside world and the war creeping ever closer. Soldiers supervised every movement, rifles slung, eyes sharp for spies or partisans, tension coiled in every muscle. Lanterns swung from hooks and rails, casting shadows that danced across crates filled with coins, jewelry and valuables stolen from across Europe. Himmler's map, pinned to a heavy oak table, showed black crosses where treasures were to be hidden, each a promise against theft and discovery. The metallic clink of coins and the rustle of papers echoed faintly as crates were shifted, stacked and inspected. Frost-coated boots and rims of crates alike, the cold seeping into bone and metal alike, emphasizing the isolation of these secret movements. Officers whispered codes and instructions, aware that every misstep could unravel layers of concealment built with obsession and fear. Soldiers paused periodically, scanning tree lines for movement, the stillness around them amplifying every creak, snap and muffled sound. The forest, silent yet imposing, became both protector and witness to the hidden wealth of a paranoid regime. Inside the cellars, treasures were stacked with methodical care, gold bars and silver ingots forming walls of silent, glittering authority. The faint scent of metal mixed with damp stone, candle wax, and the faint tang of old timber, a sensory reminder of both permanence and fragility. Himmler moved among the stacks, fingers grazing the cold surfaces, calculating risk and opportunity with measured precision. Guards remained tense, aware that discovery could be fatal, eyes flicking constantly toward narrow stairways and hidden doorways. Jewelry glinted under candlelight, necklaces coiled like golden serpents, rings shining faintly against shadowed crates. Officers made notes on parchment, cataloguing weights, origins and destinations. Bureaucracy turned ritual in the service of obsession. Outside, frost-laden winds whistled through cracks in the stone walls, a stark counterpoint to the heavy silence of the hidden treasures. The rhythmic drip of condensation echoed through the cavernous cellar, a heartbeat beneath the material accumulation of human greed. Crates were layered meticulously, each moved with care, an intricate dance balancing secrecy and preservation. Beneath layers of stone, wood and vigilance, wealth and paranoia intertwined, shaping the very atmosphere of the estate. In Himmler's private study, lantern light reflected off gems and coins, illuminating maps strewn with inked black crosses marking caches across Germany and occupied territories. The faint scent of tobacco and varnish lingered, blending with the metallic tang of silver and gold stacked within locked cabinets. Officers reviewed lists and manifests, ensuring that every item stolen was accounted for, each document a testament to meticulous obsession. Himmler's presence dominated the room, his gaze intense, calculating, moving constantly between paper, metal, and map. Servants moved silently, aware that any disturbance could provoke scrutiny, tension palpable in every step. Crates were shifted to allow access to hidden compartments, the faint creak of wood echoing ominously in the quiet. Coins and ingots glimmered faintly in flickering light, each one a symbol of human ambition and fear. Windows remained shuttered against the cold, sealing in both warmth and secrecy, the room a cocoon of obsession. The estate itself seemed alive, creaking under the weight of hidden treasures and the anxiety of those guarding them. Every breath, every glance, every movement reinforced the paranoia that wealth cannot erase, no matter how vast. Outside, snow fell softly over the estate, muffling distant artillery and the sound of trucks carrying additional crates, a cold silence broken only by wind. Soldiers patrolled perimeter paths, rifles slung, boots crunching against frost, eyes scanning every shadow for movement. The faint metallic scent of cargo mixed with pine and cold stone, a reminder of treasures stacked in secrecy. Lanterns swung along stairways and halls, casting elongated shadows across walls and floors, heightening the sense of vigilance. Himmler inspected crates in remote barns, hands brushing gold, silver, and gemstones, mind calculating both value and security. Officers logged locations, weights, and origins, each entry etched into ledgers that would survive long after hands had departed. Frost covered the roof of barns and cellars, crystals reflecting faint moonlight, a quiet witness to human obsession. Soldiers whispered about rumors of hidden tunnels and forgotten rooms, stories that grew with each retelling. Every item moved, stacked, or catalogued, reinforced the sense that the wealth itself was a trap, binding the powerful to secrecy and fear. The estate, silent and snowbound, became both vault and prison, a monument to greed and paranoia alike. Himmler's obsessions extended to maps marked with black crosses, lines connecting estates, castles, and secluded sites where wealth was to be hidden from friend and foe alike. The faint smell of paper, ink, and varnish clung to the air, mixing with metal from nearby caches, a sensory map of both strategy and fear. Officers pored over ledgers, verifying locations, correcting inventories, and noting discrepancies with meticulous care. Guards remained vigilant, eyes scanning every corridor, aware that betrayal could be as deadly as discovery. Coins rattled faintly in crates, necklaces shifted under careful hands, and the weight of stolen culture pressed against the walls. Lanterns flickered in shadowed corners, illuminating stacks of ingots and jewelry, each glint a testament to human ambition. Frost-coated edges of crates and steps, a physical reminder of isolation, exposure, and danger. Servants moved silently, carrying small items or messages, their presence a delicate balance between utility and risk. Every movement in these estates was choreographed, every glance weighted with suspicion and foresight. Wealth was both treasure and burden, the psychological grip of secrecy as potent as the glittering coins themselves. By evening, the estate settled into a tense frozen silence, crates stacked, maps folded, and guards stationed at every critical point. The metallic scent of gold and silver lingered, mingling with varnish, smoke, and the cold air of wintered halls. Himmler moved through candle-lit corridors, fingers grazing locks and surfaces, eyes ever alert, paranoia sharpened by the weight of stolen wealth. Officers reviewed inventories one last time, ensuring all items were accounted for, the ritual precise and exhausting. Servants extinguished lanterns, leaving the estate bathed in moonlight and shadow, the treasures glinting faintly like trapped stars. Frost crept along window panes and floors, a quiet observer of human obsession and fear. Guards patrolled silently, aware that discovery or betrayal could strike at any moment, their breath visible in the cold air. Every crate, every coin, every gemstone represented power, secrecy, and the impossibility of permanence. The estate itself seemed to hold its breath, aware of the tension and history packed within stone and timber. Even the most powerful men feared losing what they had stolen, hiding it as if eternity could be bribed. Across shattered cities and bombed-out villages, displaced persons moved like shadows through streets scarred by artillery and fire. Smoke still clung to crumbling facades, mingling with the acrid tang of charred timber and ash-laden air. Crates of plundered wealth, once meticulously guarded, now lay exposed under Allied watch, their metallic scent sharp against the smoke and frost. Families scavenged, eyes wary, fingers brushing over forgotten jewelry, coins and ledgers left in the hasty retreat of soldiers. The hum of engines echoed across ruined plazas as military vehicles transported treasures to temporary depots, soldiers alert to both curiosity and theft. Every street corner told a story of abandonment, survival, and opportunism, the human cost etched in faces hollowed by war. Allied officers moved among the chaos, trying to catalogue treasures, weigh gold, and photograph looted art, their eyes haunted by both scale and moral complexity. The air carried cries of children, shouted instructions, and the faint clink of coins disturbed from crates, each sound layered with tension and disarray. Civilians and soldiers alike navigated the fine line between duty, desperation, and human greed. In this fractured world, the remnants of conquest became both burden and opportunity, their ownership contested and fragile. At displaced persons' camps, tents and makeshift shelters stretched across mud-churned fields, their occupants exhausted, hungry, and uncertain of tomorrow. The smell of damp earth, smoke, and unwashed bodies hung heavy, a constant reminder of disrupted lives. Crates of valuables occasionally arrived under guarded escort, the metallic tang of gold mingling with the acrid scent of campfires. Children peered through fences, eyes wide at coins and trinkets displayed for counting or inventory, their curiosity tinged with hunger and wonder. Allied officers meticulously logged every item, aware that these spoils represented both history and stolen lives. Soldiers whispered of treasures hidden in nearby villages, of crates overlooked in haste, of rumors of secret stashes yet to be recovered. Every decision carried moral weight. The wrong move could see wealth diverted into hands that had already caused immeasurable suffering. Frost formed along tent ropes and wire fences, a silent witness to human endurance and opportunism. Civilians exchanged hushed gossip, pointing to abandoned cellars or scorched estates where gold might still lie. Amid the rubble, chaos persisted. The lines between salvation, survival, and plunder blurred beyond distinction. Banks, once fortified under Nazi control, now stood open, their vaults stripped or partially emptied, the metallic scent of gold lingering in air still tinged with smoke. Clerks, soldiers, and opportunists alike moved through corridors lined with broken safes and ledgers, the hum of engines outside echoing faintly. Dust rose from floors scuffed by hurried footsteps, mixing with the faint tang of gun oil and ash. Crates were opened, weighed, and catalogued, officers consulting logs that often contradicted reality, the bureaucracy struggling to catch up with human folly. Coins clattered onto wooden tables, their echoes punctuating the chaos, a rhythmic reminder of what had been taken and what might yet be recovered. Civilians peered over shoulders, sometimes guided by Allied guards, sometimes taking what was unguarded, the thin line of legality often invisible. The tension in the air was palpable, a mixture of awe, greed, and fear, punctuated by whispers and occasional argument. Frost crept along windowsills, reflecting the grey sky above and the uncertainty within. Every action in these banks carried both practical and symbolic weight, a confrontation between order and anarchy. The post-war world had become a stage where history, morality, and human desire collided violently yet quietly. In the countryside, abandoned estates and SS strongholds became treasure troves for opportunists and returning citizens alike. Doors hung open, their hinges rusted, revealing cellars stacked with gold, silver, and crates of looted art. The scent of damp stone and decaying timber mixed with metallic tang, a sensory reminder of wealth seized and hidden in terror. Soldiers patrolled cautiously, aware that discovery could spark conflict between scavengers and authorities. Crates were pried open, coins and jewelry examined and sometimes redistributed by hand, each artifact a fragment of human ambition and suffering. Winter winds howled through broken windows, carrying dust, frost, and the faint echo of distant gunfire. Officers attempted to reconcile inventories with the reality before them, but the scale of theft and chaos often rendered records incomplete. Civilians whispered of secret passages, hidden rooms, and forgotten tunnels, each rumor both hopeful and dangerous. Footsteps echoed across cold stone floors, sometimes in anticipation, sometimes in fear, as the line between justice and plunder blurred. The post-war landscape was a patchwork of morality and survival, where treasures were both curse and lifeline. Trains, once the instruments of Nazi theft, now became arteries of restitution, moving treasure to central depots and Allied headquarters. The rhythmic clatter of wheels echoed across snow-covered tracks, carrying crates secured against theft, yet vulnerable to human curiosity. Soldiers guarded these convoys with wary eyes, aware that desperation and opportunity traveled in equal measure. Civilians lined the tracks, watching silently, some hoping for a glimpse of gold, others mourning what had been taken from families long ago. The smell of coal, oil, and metallic cargo filled the air, mingling with frost and smoke. Officers inspected every crate, checking seals, weights, and markings, each journey a test of both logistics and morality. Rumors of missing crates spread quickly, whispers of opportunists diverting shipments before detection. Lanterns flickered inside rail cars, illuminating gold bars, coins, and paintings, each item a ghost of lives disrupted. Soldiers on watch huddled against wind, rifles poised, eyes scanning the darkness for movement. Post-war Europe had become a labyrinth of movement, theft, and reclamation, with each convoy a fragile bridge between chaos and order. In bombed-out towns, civilians sifted through remnants of government buildings, warehouses, and vaults, searching for valuables overlooked in the retreat. Dust hung thick in the air, mixing with the scent of ash, metal, and mold, a pungent reminder of destruction and loss. Coins rattled in containers, jewelry glinted in broken windows, and ledgers lay open, fragile with age and war. Soldiers moved among scavengers, some offering guidance, others enforcing order, their presence a tenuous assertion of authority. Frost-coated broken steps and stone thresholds, crunching beneath the feet of those scavenging for survival or gain. The sound of shovels, hammers, and occasional arguments punctuated silence, a chaotic rhythm of recovery and desperation. Officers meticulously photographed items, noting provenance, weight, and condition, aware that history and justice could be fleeting. The line between restitution and opportunism blurred further with each crate opened and each coin claimed. Every item recovered carried stories of theft, survival, and human resilience, layered with grief and ambition. In this fractured landscape, treasure was not only material but a symbol of fractured morality and uncertain justice. At Allied depots, treasures amassed like mountain ranges of human ambition, the metallic scent of gold mingling with ink, paper, and faint traces of smoke. Officers catalogued every item with care, aware that each coin, ingot, and painting represented lives torn apart and histories disrupted. Civilians and displaced persons watched silently, some hopeful, others bitter, their faces reflecting the complexity of loss and recovery. Soldiers guarded these locations with rigid discipline, aware that even the slightest lapse could provoke theft or conflict. The clink of metal on wood echoed through cold warehouses, punctuated by hushed conversations and the occasional command. Frost clung to windowsills and doors, painting the spaces with a fragile, crystalline beauty that contrasted with human disorder. Crates were stacked, labels checked, inventories reconciled with painstaking precision, a ritual of order imposed on chaos. The tension between recovery and opportunism was palpable, each artifact a negotiation of ethics and necessity. Officers whispered of treasures yet unaccounted for, caches still hidden in forests, basements, and abandoned castles. In this post-war chaos, the remnants of greed, ambition, and survival converged, a testament to humanity's resilience and fragility alike. By nightfall, Ruins lay quiet under frost-covered skies, debris of cities and lives scattered across streets and fields. Crates of treasure were secured, inventories checked, guards stationed at every critical point, yet whispers of theft and hidden caches persisted. Displaced persons huddled in tents and cellars, the scent of cold earth and smoke mingling with fatigue and hope. Soldiers patrolled, boots crunching on frost, rifles slung, eyes scanning for signs of opportunism or danger. Officers paused, surveying warehouses, depots and streets, aware that chaos was never truly contained. Frost sparkled on broken window panes and crumbled stone, a silent witness to human ambition and disorder. Civilians and soldiers alike navigated the delicate balance between survival, morality, and greed. Each action weighed against history and necessity. Every crate opened, every coin counted, was a reminder that war's legacy extended far beyond the battlefield. Maps, ledgers, and inventories attempted to impose order, yet the landscape remained fractured and unpredictable. In the ruins of empires, ownership became a riddle, written in ash and blood. As the ashes of Europe cooled, shadows stretched longer across borders divided by ideology, and Nazi gold began a second life in the hands of spies, governments, and secret operatives. Smoke curled from cigarette tips in dimly lit rooms where CIA officers huddled over maps tracing rumored caches from Bavaria to the Alps. The metallic scent of coins once pressed by wartime fury seemed to linger in whispered conversations and coded telegrams. Soviet trucks rumbled over snow-choked roads, their engines muffled by frost, searching abandoned mines and crumbling estates where plunder had been hastily hidden. Rumors of gold financing escapes and clandestine operations floated like spectral threads through Berlin, Vienna, and Zurich. Lanterns glinted off brass instruments, typewriters clicked in rhythm with frantic note-taking, and telephone lines buzzed with intercepted conversations. Every trace of treasure promised influence, leverage, and power, transforming material theft into geopolitical currency. Frost stiffened fingers and ink-stained papers alike, a tactile reminder of a continent still in the grip of tension. Operatives worked in secrecy, aware that discovery could spark scandal, war, or both. The stolen wealth of one conflict had now become the clandestine engine of the next. Deep inside Alpine tunnels, Soviet teams uncovered hidden hoards, the damp stone echoing with the sound of shovels and crowbars. Moisture clung to their coats, mixing with the faint metallic tang of gold unearthed after years of concealment. Lanterns illuminated stacks of ingots and crates, shadows dancing across walls carved into living rock. Officers carefully documented each find, aware that history and propaganda would be written from these discoveries. Outside, frost-laden pine forests muffled the distant clatter of trucks, adding a surreal quiet to the fevered labor inside. The smell of damp earth mixed with oil and sweat, an olfactory marker of human obsession and greed. Each ingot retrieved carried more than financial value. It bore the weight of lost lives, stolen futures, and moral ambiguity. Rumors circulated that some shipments had already vanished into black markets, financing clandestine movements and covert operations. The miners, soldiers, and bureaucrats alike worked in tense synchrony, knowing that every misstep could provoke suspicion, accusation, or even death. In these hidden caverns, the spoils of one war became the instruments of a new, unseen struggle. In smoky Berlin offices, intelligence officers pored over maps, photographs, and intercepted communications, piecing together the movements of gold that had eluded Allied recovery. The acrid tang of smoke and old ink mingled with the faint chill of unheated rooms, a sensory backdrop to calculations that could determine the balance of power. Stacks of ledgers, some forged, some real, lay scattered across tables, ink smeared from hurried transcription. Phones rang intermittently, a sharp, piercing interruption in the low hum of whispered strategy. Officers debated credibility, considering whether rumors of gold-laden trains buried in fields were legend or actionable intelligence. Frost crept along window sills, catching the light from dim bulbs above, lending the room a ghostly, almost theatrical quality. Each piece of recovered treasure was catalogued meticulously, photographed and stored under armed guard, yet the spectre of missing caches haunted every decision. Smoke-filled lungs and bleary eyes marked long nights, the tension palpable with each shuffling of papers or clink of metal. Outside, Berlin remained scarred, streets scarred with rubble, a physical reminder that human ambition leaves visible and invisible tracks alike. In this city of ghosts, the past and future intertwined over the cold gleam of gold. Across the Swiss border, bankers and diplomats whispered behind closed doors, negotiating transfers that were legal in appearance, but shadowed by the knowledge of wartime theft. The faint scent of paper currency, polished wood, and cigar smoke hung in the air thick with secrecy. Ledgers documented transactions, often with false names and coded annotations, the precision of finance masking moral ambiguity. Couriers moved cautiously through snow-laden streets, briefcases heavy with untraceable wealth, glancing over shoulders for unseen eyes. Lanterns flickered in alleyways and courtyards, reflecting off gold coins tucked into secure pouches, glinting like distant stars in muted light. The hum of conversation mixed with the rattle of printing presses, typewriters, and the scratch of quills, the machinery of bureaucracy intertwined with intrigue. Officers debated how to allocate recovered gold, balancing post-war reconstruction, intelligence operations, and political leverage. Frost stiffened fingers and ink-stained notes alike, reminding each man that both time and opportunity were fleeting. Every transaction, every shipment, every whispered rumor carried the weight of history and potential scandal. The flow of gold became a currency not only of finance but of influence, shaping alliances and shaping the contours of an emerging Cold War. In Vienna, operatives combed through the ruins of old banks, estates, and bombed-out castles, searching for the elusive remnants of Reich treasure. Dust and smoke mingled in narrow hallways, punctuated by the metallic clink of coins and shifting crates. Frost crept along exposed beams and window frames, catching the early morning light and painting walls in crystalline patterns. Officers moved methodically, aware that any misstep could render months of intelligence worthless. Rumors of missing ingots circulated, some suggesting secret funding for espionage, others hinting at private enrichment among officials. Lanterns illuminated stacks of silver, gold, and jewelry, shadows stretching across the debris-strewn floors like spectral hands. Every recovered artifact carried a history of plunder, violence, and secrecy, transforming once prized objects into symbols of a hidden war. Civilians watched silently from doorways, curiosity tempered by fear, witnessing both the scale of theft and the power of those who claimed authority over it. Maps, photographs, and inventory logs were cross-checked, each discovery feeding into intelligence networks spanning continents. The hunt for Nazi gold had transformed from wartime necessity into a clandestine Cold War obsession, its stakes both material and symbolic. In clandestine safehouses, agents met under dim light to trade information, each envelope and briefcase a potential key to caches long forgotten. Smoke hung thick, curling lazily toward rafters, mingling with the metallic tang of gold coins hidden inside drawers or under loose floorboards. Whispered discussions included codes, hidden shipments, and sightings of treasure, all layered with suspicion and caution. Frost crept across unsealed windows, emphasizing isolation and vulnerability in an era of shifting allegiances. Each agent carried the weight of knowledge, aware that betrayal could cost both treasure and life. Photographs of crates and stacks of bullion were exchanged like currency themselves, proof of existence and leverage simultaneously. The hum of distant traffic, occasional footsteps, and the creak of floorboards punctuated conversations, a reminder that secrecy was never absolute. Every recovered cash was catalogued, photographed, and sometimes transferred to governments, intelligence agencies, or shadowy intermediaries. The thrill of discovery and the tension of concealment became twin forces driving human behavior. In these hidden rooms, the spoils of one war were repurposed as tools in the struggle for global influence. Across the continent, rumors of gold-fueled escapes circulated in intelligence circles, tales of Nazi officials fleeing with secret caches hidden in vehicles, tunnels, or false compartments. Frost-coated tires and crates alike, shimmering faintly under dim streetlights as vehicles moved silently through night-shrouded roads. Agents observed from shadows, binoculars pressed to eyes, ears tuned to every whisper or engine hum. The metallic tang of coins and ingots lingered in both memory and legend, a constant reminder of the value and danger embedded in the pursuit. Each lead prompted careful planning, surveillance, documentation, and sometimes calculated intervention. Smoke from nearby chimneys blended with winter air, adding a visual haze to the already secretive atmosphere. Maps were marked with tentative X's, notes coded with layers of security, and plans revised with every new report. The thrill of pursuit mixed with the weight of moral compromise, as agents balanced personal ambition against national interest. Each recovered shipment was celebrated quietly, the stakes invisible to all but those in the room. In this new geopolitical arena, gold had become a weapon, a tool, and a legend, shaping the Cold War before the first shots were fired. By midnight, offices, safe houses, and border posts fell silent, shadows stretching long across frost-covered streets and icy courtyards. Crates of recovered or rumored treasure were secured, logs updated, and agents withdrawn, each aware that the pursuit would resume with the dawn. Smoke lingered in dimly lit rooms, curling toward rafters, the faint scent of metal and ink hanging in the cold air. Frost glittered on window panes, a quiet witness to ambition, secrecy, and human obsession. Agents huddled over maps, planning routes, observing patterns, and debating the reliability of rumors. Every recovered bar, coin, and jewel was more than wealth. It was leverage, history, and intrigue, shaping relationships unseen by the public eye. Outside, the world slept, oblivious to the quiet wars fought in back rooms and along icy borders. The stakes were high, the risks hidden, the rewards potent, and the legacy of stolen wealth persistent. Intelligence, secrecy, and greed intertwined in a new theater, invisible yet powerful, echoing the conflicts of the past. What began in war became currency in a new, colder conflict. In the shadowed valleys of Austria, Lake Toplitz lay serene, its surface unbroken, reflecting pine forests dusted with frost, concealing secrets beneath still, black waters. Divers in thick suits prepared to descend, the cold biting at exposed skin as oxygen tanks hissed and regulators clicked. Rumors of Operation Bernhard's counterfeit bills mingled with stories of Nazi gold crates supposedly sunk to evade Allied discovery. The scent of wet stone and moss lingered on shore, mingling with the metallic tang of anticipation and old wood from abandoned piers. Boats rocked gently, the faint creak of timbers echoing across glassy water, a delicate tension threading the quiet morning. Officers and divers exchanged hushed words, eyes scanning treetops and ripples, aware that any movement might betray the treasure below. Sunlight glinted off metal fittings, casting tiny sparks that danced on the black mirror of the lake. Each dive promised history, danger, and perhaps revelation, yet uncertainty hung heavier than expectation. The surrounding forest seemed to hold its breath as if complicit in guarding the vanished spoils. Beneath the surface, centuries of ambition, greed, and secrecy waited, silent and patient. Descending into icy depths, divers were enveloped by darkness, water thick with suspended silt, reducing visibility to mere centimeters. Each kick of the fins stirred centuries of sediment, clouds drifting like spectral shrouds, obscuring the world above. Counterfeit notes, according to legend, floated in jars or crates, paper edges curling and discolored, the scent faintly of damp ink and decay. Wooden boxes, reinforced with metal bands, lay half buried in mud, their contents rumored to include gold ingots and valuable documents. Beams of torches pierced the inky water, illuminating the jagged edges of sunken vessels and tree branches protruding from submerged hillsides. Divers communicated with hand signals, tense and precise, aware that the slightest miscalculation could mean injury or the loss of invaluable evidence. The lake was unnervingly silent, save for the hiss of regulators and the occasional scrape of metal against stone. Shadows stretched across the bottom like elongated fingers, lending a spectral quality to each discovery. Every object recovered was catalogued immediately, careful to preserve fragile paper and corroded metal alike. In this submerged crypt, history and legend intertwined, each diver negotiation between fact, rumor, and imagination. On shore, officers maintained logbooks, their pens scratching across paper, dampened by the mist and cold. The scent of wet pine and ink mixed with the faint tang of diesel from small generators powering lamps along the shoreline. Divers emerged periodically, coughing and shivering, their expressions a mixture of awe, frustration, and fascination. Crates were lifted from the depths, revealing tarnished metal and waterlogged paper, the artifacts breathing life into decades-old rumors. Small fish swam among debris, indifferent witnesses to human obsession and ambition. Each discovery was photographed, measured, and carefully packaged, a meticulous ritual imposed on chaos beneath the water. Whispered speculation filled the air, stories of missing ingots, counterfeit notes, and hidden compartments bouncing between officers and divers. Frost crystallized on metal railings and boat edges, sparkling in the weak Austrian sunlight, silent witnesses to labor and hope. Every movement was cautious, deliberate, each decision weighed for both historical preservation and operational safety. Lake Toplitz became a stage for patience, discovery, and the quiet tension of history submerged and waiting. Legends suggested that the lake's deepest points concealed crates brimming with gold, deliberately sunk by retreating Nazis to prevent Allied capture. Cold currents shifted sediment, hiding potential treasure under layers of centuries-old decay and wartime debris. Divers adjusted torches, cutting through darkness to reveal jagged metal corners and waterlogged timbers, each a potential tomb of wealth and history. The smell of wet earth, silt, and corroded metal clung to gloves and suits, tangible reminders of the lake's secrets. Hand signals conveyed progress, frustration, or warning, their silent language binding team members in tense cooperation. Rumors of counterfeit currency surfaced repeatedly, each note a symbol of the Third Reich's desperate ingenuity and criminal ambition. Every recovered object was measured against historical accounts, photographs cross-referenced with intelligence files, the line between legend and fact blurring with each find. Mist rose from the lake's surface, enveloping trees and boats in a ghostly veil, accentuating the suspense of unseen depths. Fish darted between submerged objects, indifferent to history, yet framing human obsession in contrast. Beneath the mirrored surface, centuries of greed and secrecy lay patient, a dark mirror of human desire. Counterfeit notes, rumoured to be part of Operation Bernhard, emerged from jars preserved by cold, dark water, their edges fragile, ink faint but legible. Divers handled them with gloved care, the smell of wet paper and ink filling small pockets of air trapped in wetsuits. Photographers captured images for analysis, their flashes illuminating faint waterborne particles swirling like ghostly confetti. Each note represented not only monetary theft but also the audacity of a regime's counterfeit schemes, its potential to destabilize post-war economies still imagined in secret intelligence reports. Small wooden crates yielded ingots, some corroded, others surprisingly intact, the metallic tang sharp and immediate. Conversations were hushed, the weight of discovery tempered by caution and respect for history submerged. Frost clung to boats and shoreline equipment, sparkling in brief sunlight between clouds, a visual counterpoint to the dark, cold depths below. Every recovery required careful documentation, divers aware that missteps could destroy fragile artifacts or historical evidence. Silence dominated the lake, punctuated only by splashes, bubbles, and the occasional clatter of metal lifted from the muck. Beneath the water, Toplitz held its secrets tightly, revealing only fragments to the patient and persistent. The surrounding Austrian forests echoed with whispers of treasure hunters, divers, and historians, the legend of Toplitz growing with each retelling. Fallen leaves crackled underfoot, frost sparkling like tiny diamonds, masking the centuries of human ambition and fear. Investigators debated whether recovered items represented all that had been sunk, or merely a fragment of a larger cache, lost to currents and sediment. The scent of pine, damp earth, and cold metal hung heavy, a sensory link between forest and lake, past and present. Locals spoke in hushed tones of wartime disappearances, hidden tunnels, and strange lights on the water, their voices laced with curiosity and caution. Divers returned to boats repeatedly, eyes scanning for undisturbed patches of silt or submerged timber, aware that the lake's secrets were elusive. Documentation was meticulous, photographs labeled and cross-referenced with wartime intelligence, the modern machinery of historical inquiry probing centuries-old ambition. Mist and frost combined with the whispering pines to create an otherworldly atmosphere, one that lent both suspense and awe to every movement. Each recovered artifact, whether note, coin, or ingot, was a bridge between rumor and evidence. Lake Toplitz remained a reservoir of history, fascination, and unanswered questions, silent beneath its cold black surface. Underwater, the team encountered partially collapsed wooden crates, their contents disturbed by decades of shifting silt and pressure. Gold glinted faintly in the torchlight, juxtaposed against waterlogged paper curling like fragile scrolls. The hiss of regulators punctuated silence, a mechanical rhythm in the otherwise quiet abyss. Diverse carefully lifted objects, the sensation of weight and resistance, reminding them of the years these treasures had waited, untouched. Each ingot and jar of counterfeit notes was catalogued immediately, photographs taken and surface logs maintained, a delicate balance between preservation and human curiosity. Suspended silt transformed every movement into a slow, eerie ballet, shadows stretching across the lake bed like frozen fingers. Rumors of missing caches fueled meticulous searching, every crevice and indentation examined with precision. The lake's surface reflected nothing of these labors, smooth and serene, concealing decades of human ambition and myth beneath its stillness. Frost on shore sparkled as evening approached, a cold reminder that the world above moved on, even as history lay submerged. In this interplay of water, wood, and metal, Lake Toplitz became a liminal space between myth and reality. By dusk, divers returned to shore, soaked, exhausted, yet exhilarated. The cold wind biting through wet suits and gloves. Crates and recovered artifacts were secured, each item a tangible connection to legend, greed, and wartime ambition. Smoke drifted from small fires used to warm hands and dry equipment, mingling with the scent of pine, silt, and metal. Frost glittered on boats, trees, and instruments, an ephemeral witness to the day's discoveries and the lake's patient secrets. Officers and historians catalogued, photographed, and discussed, weighing what had been found against reports, intelligence, and decades of rumor. Silence fell over the lake, its mirrored surface calm, reflecting pines, clouds, and the fading sun, indifferent to human curiosity. Each note, coin, and ingot represented ambition frozen in time, the persistence of history submerged and guarded. Divers shared stories, their breath visible in the cold air, each retelling layering fact, memory, and imagination. Lake Toplitz remained a reservoir of fascination, where truth and legend converged in dark water, waiting for those who dared explore its depths. Beneath the still waters of Toplitz, history holds its breath. In the shadowed corridors of the Vatican, candlelight flickered across marble floors, casting long, trembling reflections on walls lined with centuries of religious and artistic heritage. Clergymen moved quietly, robes brushing against polished stone, their footsteps muffled yet resonant in vaulted halls. Rumors whispered through diplomatic channels, Nazi gold and looted treasures allegedly stored under the protective silence of the church. The faint scent of incense mixed with the cold chill of stone corridors, creating an atmosphere of reverence laced with secrecy. Archivists and aides moved with deliberate precision, carrying ledgers, bundles of documents, and fragile crates, all catalogued with care yet shielded from public eyes. Shadows shifted behind columns, concealing observers both curious and cautious, each aware of the potential power hidden beneath centuries-old walls. Marble statues, faces frozen in eternal contemplation, seemed to witness the quiet machinations, their silent gaze a reminder of time and continuity. Outside, the Vatican gardens lay dormant in frost, their hedges whispering in the wind, indifferent to human intrigue. Every door, seal, and hallway carried weight, a barrier between myth, rumor, and recorded history. Within these hallowed halls, neutrality and sanctity intertwined with the unresolved legacy of wartime plunder. Across the Alps in Zurich, Swiss bank vaults remained impenetrable to all but a select few, their polished steel doors glinting under cold fluorescent lights. Himmler ventilation systems mixed with the faint metallic scent of coin and steel, a subtle reminder that wealth, once hidden, retained both power and allure. Tellers and vault guards moved with disciplined precision, keys jingling in pockets, eyes scanning for the slightest irregularity. Allegations of Nazi gold passing through Switzerland during and after the war became fodder for journalists, historians, and intelligence officers alike. Snow-coated streets outside reflected muted sunlight, pedestrians unaware of the invisible exchanges occurring within secure walls. Crates labeled in German, French, or coded notations lined subterranean corridors, their contents whispered about but rarely confirmed. The hum of generators, distant elevators, and clattering lock mechanisms provided an ambient rhythm punctuating the tension. Negotiators and intermediaries met quietly, documents exchanged under watchful eyes, balancing legality, secrecy, and moral ambiguity. Every transaction, verified or suspected, carried both financial and ethical weight, a reminder of Switzerland's complex role. The vaults held more than currency, they held questions, unspoken truths, and the enduring shadows of wartime complicity. Protesters gathered outside marble facades, their voices muffled by heavy doors, banners waving in the cold breeze, demanding transparency and accountability. Journalists snapped photographs, cameras clicking through frost-chilled air, capturing fleeting moments of human insistence on truth. The scent of winter pine mixed with heated arguments and the faint metallic tang of press equipment, creating an atmosphere taut with emotion. Diplomats moved discreetly among the crowd, balancing security, optics, and fragile international relations. In the shadows of colonnades, whispers carried stories of missing ingots, secret transfers, and silent complicity. Police and security officers stood firm, the clack of boots on stone a rhythmic punctuation to shouts and chants. Each observer carried preconceptions, hope or cynicism, their perspectives layered like sediment atop historical fact. The sunlight reflected off marble and metal, a fleeting brilliance against the steady, unyielding patience of institutional silence. From inside, vault doors remained closed, resolute against curiosity and claim alike. Neutrality, it seemed, was both shield and barrier, a thin line between protection and concealment. Historians pored over archival records, tracing bank transactions, letters, and diplomatic notes, piecing together a network of finance, secrecy, and influence. The smell of aged paper, ink, and dust filled dimly lit rooms, grounding investigations in tactile reality. Fingerprints, stamps, and signatures revealed both procedural rigor and human ambition intertwined. Analysts debated the authenticity of ledgers, the accuracy of reported transfers, and the implications of missing documentation. Frosted windows filtered light across stacks of papers, adding a spectral quality to every marginal note and ledger entry. Every document seemed to hold a dual narrative, one recorded, one inferred, the latter whispering of hidden gold and moral compromise. Candlelight flickered in older rooms, shadows dancing on walls lined with centuries of scholarship and secrecy. Couriers and archivists moved quietly, aware that each misplaced or overlooked record could obscure decades of hidden wealth. Each recovered file revealed partial truths, tantalizing hints of treasure, and unanswered questions. Switzerland and the Vatican had become twin repositories of history, rumor, and unresolved moral entanglements. In hidden chambers below bank vaults, steel doors opened onto corridors, lined with reinforced crates, the faint scent of oil and metal mingling with the cold air. Officers and clerks moved deliberately, cataloging contents, recording serial numbers, and cross-referencing with wartime intelligence. Shadows shifted along concrete walls, the echo of footsteps magnifying every motion in near-perfect silence. Each crate was weighed, measured, and photographed, a mechanical ballet blending efficiency with reverence for historical importance. Whispered conversations speculated on provenance, with some shipments suspected of originating from forced looting and plundered estates. Snow drifted outside, muting sound and light, adding a stark contrast to the cold precision inside. Every metallic glint, every stamped seal, and every carefully wrapped package carried stories of ambition, secrecy, and survival. Frosted windows and security grates filtered winter light, producing stark, almost otherworldly patterns on polished floors. The weight of human history pressed silently against steel walls and vault doors alike. Behind these sealed corridors, gold and moral ambiguity lay side by side, awaiting scrutiny or oblivion. In Vatican corridors, cardinals and archivists consulted documents in near whisper, each page a potential revelation of complicity, knowledge or neutrality maintained under duress. Candlelight cast warm yet fleeting illumination, shadows flickering like hesitant witnesses to history. The scent of wax, paper, and stone created an environment both sacred and secretive, where the weight of human ambition lingered in every corner. Letters from wartime diplomats detailed requests, transfers, and transfers denied, often coded in language deliberately ambiguous. Heavy wooden doors closed behind them with muted thuds, echoing in halls lined with centuries of accumulated power and discretion. Each discovery prompted reflection on moral responsibility, historical precedent, and the balance between protection and concealment. Frost on external windows sparkled against winter light, a silent observer of human debate within. Scholars and aides carefully transcribed findings, mindful that even small errors could alter the interpretation of events. Every ledge, shelf, and vault represented centuries of layered authority and secrecy. Within the Vatican, history and rumor danced, intertwined by gold, human choice, and enduring ambiguity. Swiss intelligence quietly monitored suspected treasure movements. Files marked confidential resting atop polished desks under harsh fluorescent light. The metallic tang of coins, paper, and ink mingled with the faint aroma of polished wood, creating a sensory backdrop for analysis and strategy. Agents cross-referenced shipping logs, diplomatic correspondence, and rumor reports, attempting to trace the invisible pathways of gold. Frost stiffened hands and tempered patience, a reminder that time was both ally and adversary. Each intercepted note, ledger entry, or whispered tip required meticulous verification and careful interpretation. Shadows stretched along hallways, the hum of ventilation systems punctuating silence and tension alike. Every suspected transaction was weighed for legality, ethical implication, and potential risk, the moral calculus as cold as the alpine winter outside. Observers debated neutrality, complicity, and obligation, aware that history would judge decisions long after hands had rested from action. Outside, Zurich remained serene, streets dusted with snow, indifferent to the invisible drama inside. The Swiss vaults were both sanctuary and enigma, reflecting the duality of finance and secrecy in post-war Europe. By nightfall, marble facades, steel vaults, and candle-lit corridors settled into an uneasy quiet, the tension of the day suspended like frost on stone. Clergymen returned to private chambers, officers to offices, and divers to logs, each aware that the work of investigation was ongoing and incomplete. Smoke from lamps and fireplaces drifted lazily, mingling with the faint metallic scent of recovered gold and ink. Frost sparkled under starlight, illuminating silent streets and courtyards, indifferent witnesses to human pursuit and secrecy. Notes were filed, crates secured, and discussions whispered into the darkness, layering speculation over evidence with meticulous care. Outside, protesters departed, their banners furled, voices fading into the cold night air, leaving questions unanswered. Neutrality and secrecy, long intertwined, created a delicate veil over truth, rumor, and moral ambiguity. Every corridor, vault, and ledger reflected centuries of authority, human desire, and unresolved history. Gold remained, hidden or partially revealed, a silent testament to both ambition and restraint. Neutrality, like secrecy, can be a mask. Behind it, the gold glowed faintly. In dimly lit apartments across Europe, elderly survivors clutched faded family photographs, tracing fingers over faces frozen in black and white smiles, relics of a life interrupted. The scent of old paper and dust mingled with the faint aroma of worn wood furniture, grounding memory in tactile reality. Generations had grown up hearing whispers of missing paintings, stolen jewelry, and vanished heirlooms, yet proof remained elusive. Each photograph carried a story, a trace of the world that once existed before violence swept it away. Auction houses in distant capitals displayed canvases with elegant labels, their provenance carefully curated yet often incomplete, raising questions of ownership. The sharp click of cameras and the muted hum of murmured bids punctuated tense anticipation. Lawyers and historians debated titles, authenticity, and the delicate line between legal ownership and moral claim. Some families traveled from city to city, driven by hope, despair, and the faint possibility of reclaiming fragments of identity. The weight of loss, coupled with the persistence of memory, created an atmosphere dense with yearning and resolve. In each frame, each brushstroke, the past lingered, reminding the living of what had been taken. In courtrooms, sunlight fell through tall windows onto polished floors, highlighting stacks of documentation, faded letters and provenance reports. Judges listened to testimonies, their expressions measured yet impassive, balancing law, precedent, and human stories against centuries-old theft. Attorneys presented evidence of wartime confiscation, tracing the movement of paintings from Berlin, Vienna, and Paris to private collections across continents. The air smelled faintly of ink, leather, and polished wood, a sensory reminder of institutional gravitas. Elderly claimants, their hands trembling over folders, recounted childhood memories of cherished possessions, now shadows in distant vaults. Photographs, sketches, and notarized inventories were laid bare, each item a testament to a life disrupted by war and greed. Outside, city streets hummed with ordinary life, indifferent to the intimate tragedies unfolding within solemn halls. The echo of gavel strikes punctuated silence, emphasizing both the authority of law and the impossibility of restoring the past entirely. Every argument, every affidavit, carried the weight of human longing and historical accountability. The pursuit of justice became a bridge between memory, morality, and material restitution. In Paris, auction rooms buzzed with quiet anticipation, wealthy collectors examining canvases rumored to have belonged to displaced families. The scent of varnish and oil paint filled the air, mingling with polished mahogany and subdued conversation. Curators and historians whispered behind velvet ropes, debating authenticity, provenance, and the ethical responsibility of display. Bidders tapped fingers against wooden surfaces, eyes scanning certificates and inscriptions for clues, aware that history often masqueraded as opportunity. Elderly visitors lingered near walls, their gazes lingering on frames, recalling grandparents' homes, lost salons, and the sounds of music now silenced. Faint echoes of wartime confiscations resonated through the marble halls, invisible yet palpable. Auctioneers' gavels fell like measured heartbeats, punctuating both excitement and sorrow. Crates of documents were brought forward, revealing fragmented trails of ownership, smudged ink, and partially destroyed records. Each painting, each sculpture, carried the weight of both aesthetic admiration and moral quandary. In these rooms, art was not merely visual, it was memory, identity, and a vessel of loss. In Berlin, families scoured archives, tracing the fate of objects looted during the Nazi occupation. The musty smell of paper, ink, and damp stone permeated long, narrow corridors lined with filing cabinets and shelves. Index cards detailed shipments, museum records, and restitution claims, often incomplete or contradictory. Archivists moved methodically, pulling volumes from high shelves, their hands brushing against centuries of bureaucratic labor. Each document hinted at a network of complicity, concealment, and opportunism, revealing not only theft but also human negligence. Photographs, yellowed with age, captured empty rooms, broken frames, and abandoned possessions. Descendants of victims flipped through records, searching for recognizable patterns, signatures, or inscriptions that might guide them to lost treasures. Their eyes lingered on each note, ledger, and annotation, a mix of hope, sorrow, and frustration reflected in their gaze. The air felt heavy with history, as though the walls themselves absorbed grief and persistence alike. In these archives, memory and materiality intertwined, forming an archive of longing. In Vienna, faded jewelry boxes surfaced in unexpected places, estates, flea markets, and estate sales, each piece a fragment of interrupted lives. The faint metallic scent of tarnished silver and gold, mixed with the aroma of aged velvet and dust. Families examined heirlooms, recognizing subtle engravings, initials, and family crests, linking personal memory to historical record. Auctioneers and buyers debated legitimacy, authenticity, and provenance, often in hushed tones that masked tension with civility. Court rulings, sometimes decades in the making, occasionally returned objects, yet the emotional weight carried forward. Survivors recounted bedtime stories of stolen treasures, of parents hiding objects in attics, and of the sudden disappearance of everything familiar. The rhythmic tap of gavel strikes and the shuffle of legal papers punctuated stories of restitution and ongoing pursuit. Snow drifted past windows, silently observing human diligence and desire. Each recovered object was a fragile connection to the past, yet also a reminder of what remained lost. Memory and object, grief and discovery, converged in tangible fragments of disrupted lives. In New York and London, museums displayed pieces with contested ownership, carefully labelled yet always watched by heirs and historians. The scent of polished wood, waxed floors, and varnish permeated galleries where viewers paused, unaware of the human stories embedded in each frame. Plaques detailed provenance with careful neutrality, often omitting wartime theft or forced displacement. Families attended openings quietly, noting brushstrokes, frames, and inscriptions, reconstructing narrative through observation and memory. Lawyers monitored sales, cataloguing each movement for future restitution claims. The soft hum of air conditioning, footsteps on marble, and muted conversations created a subdued backdrop to emotional confrontation. Experts examined canvases for hidden signatures, markings, and restoration traces, bridging art-historical methodology with forensic rigor. Each painting acted as a vessel carrying history, longing, and unresolved grief in equal measure. The pursuit of reclamation became both personal and historical, a dialogue between generations and institutions. Art did not exist in isolation. It carried embedded memory, moral weight, and testimony of human resilience. In small towns across Europe, descendants retraced family journeys, visiting abandoned homes, shuttered studios, and bombed-out streets. Frost crystallized on broken windows and collapsed roofs, glinting in early morning light like fragments of memory. Each doorway, attic, and cellar held faint traces of what once was, a piece of furniture, a frame, or a glimmering object buried in dust. Elderly guides recalled wartime seizures, neighbors' stories, and the chaotic aftermath of liberation. Handwritten notes and letters were recovered from hidden nooks, each providing threads connecting past and present. The scent of wet earth, old wood, and faint candle smoke added dimension to each encounter. Locals shared whispered legends of treasures taken, traded, or destroyed, layering personal narrative atop historical record. Descendants catalogued finds with meticulous care, aware that preservation was as important as discovery. Every object, photo, and testimony stitched together the fragmented tapestry of stolen lives. In these quiet towns, yearning persisted, connecting memory, history, and the human need to reclaim what was lost. By twilight, families sat quietly, photographs in hand, canvases observed, and documents spread across worn tables linking memory with tangible evidence. The faint smell of ink, varnish, and cold wood mingled, grounding reflection in sensory detail. Court rulings, recovered items, and archival research provided partial closure, yet uncertainty lingered like shadows in the corners. Elderly claimants and descendants shared stories, bridging generations through remembrance, grief, and determination. Museums, auction houses, and archives remained active theaters where art, memory, and restitution intersected. The flicker of candlelight, the rustle of paper, and the muted chatter of observers punctuated each personal reconciliation. Every recovered artifact carried traces of lost lives, interrupted histories, and the enduring human longing for connection. Memory and materiality entwined, each object a silent witness to what was taken, endured, or restored. In this convergence of time, place, and story, the pursuit of lost treasures revealed not only wealth, but the persistence of human identity. Art does not forget, it carries the fingerprints of its true owners. Night fell over the forests of Bavaria, swallowing winding roads and abandoned villages in shadows thick enough to obscure history itself. Treasure hunters moved silently, flashlights cutting narrow beams through mist and decay, illuminating peeling paint and rusted hinges. Maps, annotated in hurried scrawl with red X's and cryptic numbers, were spread across makeshift tables in dimly lit taverns, where murmured legends carried heavier weight than the ale in mugs. The scent of damp earth, aged wood, and pipe smoke clung to the air, mingling with anticipation and uncertainty. Some hunters were former soldiers, veterans of conflict, now chasing echoes of a war that had never fully released them. Others were ambitious adventurers drawn by tales of gold, jewelry, and paintings lost to time and secrecy. Whispered rumors spoke of hidden bunkers, forgotten tunnels, and mountain vaults untouched for decades. Each step forward was measured, cautious, and deliberate, the crunch of leaves underfoot amplified by silence. Histories mingled with myth, and every shadow suggested both treasure and danger. The hunt was a collision of memory, obsession, and the human fascination with what remains unseen. Inside a crumbling Luftwaffe bunker, the air was cold, metallic, and pungent with damp concrete. Flashlights revealed crates stacked haphazardly, some marked with faded swastikas, others with illegible symbols worn by decades of neglect. Hunters whispered to one another, hands tracing indentations, hinges, and locks, imagining the gold or art that might lie within. Dust motes danced in the beams of light, disturbed from centuries of stillness. A distant drip of water echoed like a slow metronome, marking time against their racing hearts. Historical manuals and wartime blueprints were studied intently, cross-referenced with anecdotal stories collected from locals. Every creak in the floorboards, every gust of wind through fractured walls, suggested both risk and revelation. Photographs of missing treasures, clipped from old newspapers and journals, were spread on tables as visual anchors. Even in ruin, these spaces maintained an aura of power and promise, a relic of both ambition and fear. Hunters moved cautiously, aware that discovery could bring fortune or misfortune in equal measure. In rural Austria, taverns became unofficial headquarters for seekers of the hidden Reich wealth. Smoky rooms echoed with low conversations, maps folded and unfolded with deliberate care. Wooden tables bore etched names, cryptic symbols, and hastily drawn sketches marking rumored cache locations. The aroma of roasted meats, spilled beer, and musty paper filled the air, grounding conversations in tangible reality. Elders leaned close, recounting wartime memories of armored trucks moving through forests, SS patrols, and whispered secrets exchanged under moonlight. Some hunters took notes feverishly while others listened, absorbing stories that blurred line between fact and legend. The sound of boots against wooden floors punctuated the dialogue, a reminder of movement, vigilance, and determination. Stories of treasure sunk in lakes, buried in caves and hidden in castle ruins, mingled with the practicalities of search and risk. Every anecdote was measured against historical maps and personal observation, the hunt straddling scholarship and instinct. In this crucible of rumor and evidence, myth became both guide and obstacle, shaping the trajectory of pursuit. Mountain trails, slick with autumn rain, challenged both endurance and resolve as hunters pressed toward forgotten caches. Mist rolled over the peaks, blurring lines between sky, rock, and memory, turning the landscape into a living shadow. Boots slid on moss-covered stones, backpacks laden with tools, and hearts beat in synchronization with distant thunder. Some stumbled across remnants of wartime fortifications, barbed wire twisted by time, decaying signs marking military boundaries. Each discovery reinforced the possibility that what was lost could still exist, untouched and waiting. Hunters paused at cliff edges, scanning valleys where rumors spoke of lost convoys and hidden vaults. The scent of pine, wet soil, and metal created a sensory connection to the stories of wartime greed and desperation. Shadows stretched as daylight waned, offering concealment but also intensifying the tension of potential discovery. Every step demanded vigilance, skill, and courage, blending adventure with historical fidelity. In these mountains, history lay buried not only in earth but in memory, anticipation, and relentless human curiosity. Rivers and lakes became theaters of legend, sites where treasure was said to rest beneath silted waters and submerged forest remnants. Divers prepared gear in chilly dawn, breath misting in the air, hearts racing at the thought of gold, art, or documents lost to time. Ripples lapped against mossy docks, the faint scent of algae and iron mingling with anticipation. Sonar screens displayed vague shapes beneath water, interpreted alternately as promise or disappointment. Locals told stories of trucks veering off roads, of hastily sunk crates, and of soldiers fleeing with precious cargo in tow. Every dive was a negotiation with nature and memory, with visibility low and risk high. The tactile sensation of mud, stone, and debris became the interface between legend and reality. Each recovered fragment, no matter how small, reignited stories stretching back decades. Hunters emerged from icy water, dripping and exhausted, yet fueled by the possibility of revelation. For them, every river and lake was both barrier and doorway, a liminal space between myth and history. In quiet border towns, hidden caches revealed both fortune and moral ambiguity, sparking disputes among hunters and historians alike. Wooden crates, steel-bound chests, and fragile envelopes were catalogued and examined with meticulous care. The scent of wet earth, metal, and decaying paper pervaded tunnels and cellars where treasures had slept unnoticed for decades. Fingerprints, inscriptions, and stamps were studied, revealing partial truths and unverified origins. Some caches contained wartime artifacts, others mundane objects misattributed through rumor or error. Hunters debated ethical responsibility, weighing personal ambition against historical preservation. The distant echo of past battles seemed to resonate through these abandoned spaces, a reminder of lives disrupted and greed untempered. Winter light filtered through broken windows, casting long shadows that shifted like memories across floors. Each discovery blurred the line between archaeology, adventure, and obsession. In these hidden places, history demanded both respect and vigilance, the human imagination navigating what the past had concealed. Even decades later, international interest persisted, with journalists, documentarians, and governments following leads across maps and archives. Satellite images, aerial surveys, and newly declassified documents guided modern hunters, blending technology with age-old intuition. The faint smell of diesel, cold metal, and paper permeated makeshift command centers, where coffee and tension fueled long nights of planning. Interviews with wartime survivors, retired soldiers and local historians filled gaps between legend and reality. Legal lines blurred as modern discoveries sparked claims, negotiations, and occasionally disputes over rightful ownership. Footsteps echoed in abandoned train stations, airfields, and warehouse ruins, each carrying weight of past and present pursuit. Hunters navigated snow, fog, and treacherous terrain, driven by curiosity and obsession in equal measure. Maps annotated with decades of rumor guided hands steady with knowledge, yet trembling with hope. Every discovery, real or imagined, reinforced the narrative of a war that had transformed into a quest. In this ongoing hunt, history became adventure, and adventure became history, intertwined forever. By night, campfires flickered on forest edges, hunters gathering to share discoveries, strategies, and whispered legends. The scent of smoke, damp earth, and hot metal tools mingled with the crisp night air, creating a ritualistic atmosphere of reflection and planning. Maps were unfolded once more, flashlights sweeping over symbols, X's, and scrawled notes as stories of treasure past and present were recounted. Shadows danced on tree trunks, mirroring the blurred line between myth, memory, and reality. Conversations lingered on stolen gold, hidden paintings, and lost artifacts, blending history with imagination. Some hunters kept meticulous journals, others relied on oral storytelling, yet all shared the same thrill of pursuit. The night was alive with anticipation, every sound amplified, every movement measured against caution and desire. In the silence between stories, the past seemed to breathe, watching the living chase its remnants. Adventure and obsession coalesced under stars, illuminating the relentless human impulse to reclaim what was lost. For some, the war never ended. It only turned into a hunt. In the early 1990s, journalists descended on the corridors of power, armed with subpoenas, notebooks, and an insatiable drive for exposure. The air inside Marble Bank headquarters was cool, perfumed with polished stone and faint ink, concealing decades of secrecy beneath its pristine surfaces. Investigators uncovered hidden ledgers, yellowed with age, their entries hinting at gold transferred, laundered, and stored in complicity with institutions long thought neutral. The click of typewriters and the hum of fax machines accompanied frantic phone calls, a modern symphony of revelation. Survivors and descendants of looted families watched, tense, from courtrooms and public squares, hoping truth might finally pierce decades of silence. Each page revealed the shadows of greed, the echo of wartime complicity carried forward into peacetime. Banking officials denied, hesitated, and obfuscated, the polished veneer of respectability at odds with the moral rot beneath. Street protests erupted outside headquarters, placards raised against indifference, demanding justice where history had been ignored. Photographers captured moments of confrontation, the lens freezing indignation, sorrow, and righteous anger into still frames. For some, the past had returned, unbidden, demanding accountability that decades had delayed but could not erase. Courtrooms filled with murmurs as elderly survivors recounted lives disrupted, treasures seized, and promises unfulfilled. The smell of polished wood, leather-bound books, and ink hung in the air, grounding emotion in tangible reality. Lawyers presented archival evidence, tracing gold bars from Reichsbank vaults to Swiss intermediaries, meticulously connecting dots across continents and decades. Witnesses leaned forward, voices quivering, recounting heirlooms confiscated in the chaos of war, now enmeshed in modern finance. Cameras from news crews clicked relentlessly, capturing every nuanced gesture, every tremor of outrage. Bank executives seated behind imposing desks offered measured statements, yet their silence betrayed unease. Ledgers revealed transfers with ciphers and code words, the language of concealment preserved over time. Public sentiment simmered outside citizens and historians alike, demanding transparency and restitution. Each testimony layered moral urgency atop historical fact, bridging past violence with contemporary accountability. In these halls, history collided with the present, the weight of gold a mirror to enduring human greed. Investigators followed paper trails through smoke-filled offices and cold archives, the air smelling faintly of dust and antiseptic. Vaults in Zurich, long considered impregnable, revealed discrepancies, hidden accounts, and names previously unknown to historians. Each ledger, annotated with precise numerical sequences, told a story of complicity, secrecy, and opportunism. Bank clerks, retired or still employed, were questioned, their voices measured, betraying memories both vivid and troubling. Outside, protesters chanted, demanding justice for families long denied closure, their voices echoing against stone facades. Journalists photographed stacks of correspondence, telegrams, and invoices, documenting a tangled web of wartime profit carried into the late 20th century. Scholars examined the evidence, attempting to reconcile morality with legality, tracing gold from vault to vault, nation to nation. Survivors watched silently, absorbing the weight of proof and the lingering sting of betrayal. The tension between restitution and institutional preservation was palpable in every room, every corridor, every sigh. History, once buried beneath bureaucracy and indifference, emerged like a glinting, uncomfortable truth. In Berlin, historians and lawyers convened to debate the moral implications of recovered treasure, the air thick with incense from a nearby cathedral, and the faint tang of rain on cobblestone streets. Photographs of looted art and melted gold bars were displayed alongside bank statements and legal filings, creating a mosaic of accountability. Each document demanded attention, forcing a reckoning with both Nazi theft and post-war silence. Survivors, their hands weathered, touched photographs of jewelry, coins, and paintings, identifying family crests and initials, breathing life back into long-lost items. The atmosphere balanced reverence and outrage, scholarship and emotion, memory and materiality. Every argument underscored the tension between legality and justice, highlighting the limits of institutional willingness to confront past complicity. Courthouses buzzed with activity, stenographers recording testimony with mechanical precision, their typewriters echoing in rhythm with human expectation. Archivists retrieved microfilms, ledgers, and correspondence, linking gold flows to modern banking systems. Legal teams strategized, mapping restitution against precedent, negotiation, and moral imperative. In the quiet intervals, the weight of decades of greed lingered like a shadow, impossibly heavy yet undeniable. Protests flared outside financial institutions, placards demanding transparency and restitution shaking in the cold wind. Citizens and descendants of victims pressed against marble facades, chanting names of stolen families and forgotten treasures. The scent of rain, asphalt, and candle smoke mingled with the underlying tension, each breath carrying history and indignation. Police lines created boundaries, but voices rose above, resolute and unyielding, insisting that silence could no longer protect the guilty. Photographers captured the human scale of outrage, freezing moments of confrontation and determination into images that would circulate worldwide. Journalists inside offices documented reluctant admissions and evasive statements, uncovering the interplay between power and accountability. Historical researchers collaborated with legal teams, cross-referencing wartime inventories with contemporary accounts, seeking irrefutable evidence. Every recovered ledger, photograph, and account brought a small measure of justice, yet the full scope of complicity remained partially hidden. Families followed news coverage with rapt attention, eyes tracing lines of gold, silver, and art across continents and decades. The city streets became both theatre and witness, the living demanding recognition for a past long concealed. In New York, the media spotlight turned the world's attention towards Swiss banks, Vatican corridors, and private collections harboring disputed treasures. Editors reviewed footage of protests, archival photographs, and testimonies, weighing narrative clarity against the gravity of historical fact. The smell of newsprint, coffee, and ink pervaded offices where journalists debated phrasing, tone, and ethical responsibility. Each revelation sparked public debate, conferences, and scholarly articles, deepening the global understanding of stolen wealth and moral obligation. Interviews with survivors punctuated broadcasts, their voices carrying years of grief, anger, and unfulfilled expectation. Lawyers and historians spoke of precedent, restitution, and the moral imperative to reconcile legality with justice. Political pressure mounted, emboldening governments to demand disclosure, transparency, and return of assets. The interplay between exposure, public sentiment, and institutional secrecy created a charged atmosphere, both electrifying and tense. Every headline, every television segment, and every editorial emphasized the enduring reach of past theft. Decades after the war, the world watched as the shine of gold illuminated both greed and the struggle for truth. Back in Europe, courtrooms and archives became arenas where moral authority and historical evidence converged, the air dense with expectation. Survivors, some in wheelchairs, others stooped with age, presented testimony that merged lived experience with archival verification. Documents, photographs, and bank statements were displayed, each a silent witness to decades of concealment. Historians narrated the context linking confiscation, wartime logistics, and post-war obfuscation with precision and clarity. Outside, protesters rallied, waving placards and shouting names of families, towns, and lost treasures. The hum of modern technology, scanners, photocopiers, and cameras punctuated proceedings, bridging past and present. Attorneys meticulously argued restitution claims, balancing legal strategy with ethical obligation. The weight of human expectation pressed against institutional inertia, highlighting the enduring tension between law and morality. Each recovered artifact, each verified transaction became a small triumph against decades of silence. History, once obscured in ledgers and shadows, emerged with a brilliance that refused to be ignored. By evening, the final gavel strikes echoed in courtrooms. Newspapers published exposés, and families whispered prayers over reclaimed possessions. The scent of ink, polished wood, and fading candle smoke lingered, mixing with the intangible weight of decades-long injustice. Recovered items, gold coins, jewelry, documents, lay under careful watch, their provenance finally acknowledged. Survivors and descendants felt the bittersweet relief of partial restitution, tempered by the knowledge of what remained missing. Historians reflected on the enduring moral complexity, where legality and justice often diverged in uncomfortable tension. Journalists closed notebooks, cameras shuttered, but the story continued to ripple across continents, institutions, and generations. Every revelation carried lessons about greed, complicity, and the persistence of historical memory. The public, engaged and aware, demanded accountability where silence had once prevailed. The glare of spotlight and scrutiny illuminated institutions long cloaked in secrecy. Decades later, the shine of gold still blinds the truth. Night settles over the empty halls of museums, their polished floors reflecting the dim glow of strategic lighting, emphasizing space, absence, and history alike. A single gold bar rests under glass, its cold metallic surface catching what little light filters through the darkness, inviting reflection rather than admiration. The air is quiet, thick with the scent of varnished dust and the faint metallic tang of long-preserved artifacts. Shadows stretch across display cases once filled with stolen treasures, now either returned, relocated, or forever lost. Each object, each empty pedestal carries the weight of its history, the lives it touched, the families it separated, and the greed it witnessed. Visitors are long gone, only memories remain, drifting like whispers among the columns and arches. Candlelight flickers at memorials, trembling over engraved names and photographs of those who suffered at the hands of conquest. The silence is absolute, yet speaks volumes, echoing lessons learned too late by many. Time seems to pause here, caught between reflection and remembrance. History, it seems, refuses to be quiet, even when all else sleeps. Outside, the wind moves through cobbled streets, rustling leaves and carrying distant sounds of modern life, incongruous against the weight of memory contained within the museums. Survivors walk slowly, their steps careful, voices low, hands clutching photographs worn thin with age. The juxtaposition of bustling present and remembered past creates tension, a reminder that memory persists even as the world moves forward. Each photograph, each artifact recovered or lost, tells a story of both tragedy and resilience. The sunlight of daytime illuminates truths that darkness can only partially obscure, revealing shadows cast by greed, complicity, and survival. Conversations recount lost family heirlooms, the paths gold traveled, and the cost paid in human suffering. Legal battles and restitution claims are chronicled alongside silent reflection, blending the factual with the moral. The wind carries the scent of earth, damp stone, and distant smoke, connecting the streets to memories buried in vaults, mines, and lakes. Each survivor's gaze is a tether between history and present, binding the living to the past. In this continuum, gold is never merely metal, it is memory, morality, and warning. Archivists work in dimly lit rooms, carefully handling documents that chronicle the war's plundered wealth. Their hands tremble slightly, aware that each page carries both the weight of evidence and the ghosts of those robbed. Folders filled with letters, ledgers, and photographs unfold histories of transactions, greed, and concealment, meticulously catalogued for posterity. The scent of aging paper, ink, and polished oak furniture pervades, grounding every discovery in tangible reality. Microfilm reels spin quietly, projecting images of vaults, transports, and inventories, reconstructing a world once hidden beneath bureaucracy and secrecy. Historians cross-reference these artifacts with survivor testimony, oral histories, and recovered treasures, weaving a narrative both comprehensive and haunting. Each annotation, margin note, or faint stamp serves as a reminder that history is both concrete and interpretive. The quiet hum of archival lamps and the occasional flip of paper reinforce the rhythm of labor, thought, and remembrance. Even as decades pass, the search for understanding continues, driven by duty, curiosity, and moral obligation. In these rooms, past and present meet, illuminating not wealth alone but its human cost. Memorial candles flicker in synagogue courtyards, churches, and town squares, their flames small yet resolute against the encroaching night. Names etched in stone, photographs framed in careful glass, and scattered personal effects testify to the lives disrupted by theft, war, and ideology. Descendants light candles slowly, each movement deliberate, a ritual of remembrance and reconciliation. The scent of melting wax, earth, and the faint smoke of incense fills the air, blending grief and reverence. Shadows of the past mingle with those of the present, a quiet testament to endurance and memory. Elders whisper stories, recounting treasures lost and partially recovered, victories small but significant against erasure. Children observe in silence, absorbing both wonder and weight, learning history's cost beyond textbooks. Every flicker, every breath, every whispered story contributes to a living archive of remembrance. The night embraces both reflection and continuity, bridging generations in shared recognition. In candlelight, even absence illuminates history. In private collections and museums, gold bars, coins, and recovered artifacts rest under watchful glass, symbols of both crime and reclamation. The cold touch of metal, the weight of history in each piece, contrasts with the warmth of human remembrance. Security alarms, temperature sensors, and archival conditions preserve objects physically, yet memory and morality preserve them emotionally. Curators move silently, documenting provenance, tracing ownership, and confirming historical significance with meticulous precision. Each display is a negotiation between fascination, scholarship, and ethical responsibility. Visitors pause, captivated, reflecting on the stories embedded in every scratch, engraving, and tarnish. Photographers capture reflections of glass cases, shadows of observers, and gleams of gold, translating reverence into visual testimony. Historical plaques recount journeys of theft, transport, concealment, and recovery, embedding narrative into materiality. Even as objects sit immobile, their history moves through memory, scholarship, and human conscience. In these cases, gold is never inert, it is evidence, witness, and admonition. Across Europe, memorials mark former mines, castles, vaults, and train stations, silent sentinels of history's extremes. The scent of pine, stone, and rain fills the air, blending with the distant hum of modernity. Tourists walk slowly, heads bowed, guided by plaques that recount the journeys of stolen treasures and human suffering alike. Survivors accompany them, pointing to landscapes where convoys moved, tunnels concealed, and vaults waited, their voices calm but weighted with memory. Historians narrate, connecting dots of greed, complicity, and survival with clarity and empathy. Every path traced through forests, valleys, and cobbled streets recalls the human choices behind the glitter of plunder. The wind whispers through empty windows, echoing laughter, fear, and hope from decades past. Footsteps resonate on cobblestones, blending present rhythm with past echoes. The lesson is tangible, the physical remnants of theft endure, but the moral imprint outlasts even the most secure vault. In these spaces, reverence is not passive, it is active, felt, and embodied. Scholars gather to publish, lecture, and debate the enduring significance of Nazi gold and looted treasures. The smell of coffee, paper, and chalk dust pervades lecture halls, seminar rooms, and archives, where discourse bridges generations. PowerPoint slides and archival photographs juxtapose stolen wealth against human suffering, prompting reflection and dialogue. Legal scholars examine restitution cases, moral philosophers discuss complicity, and historians contextualize plunder within wartime ideology. Each analysis is meticulous, emotionally grounded, and ethically aware, resisting simplification. Students take notes, eyes wide, grappling with the human cost behind numerical records and museum exhibits. Conferences echo with questions of responsibility, memory, and cultural stewardship, highlighting the ethical imperatives that survive conflict. Every lecture, every discussion, every essay extends the reach of history, ensuring that memory is not passive but engaged. Knowledge and reflection, intertwined, illuminate lessons that treasure alone could never teach. The work continues, a testament to the enduring need for vigilance and conscience. As night deepens, museums lock doors, memorial candles gutter softly, and city streets fall silent under the weight of reflection. A single gold bar encased in glass glimmers faintly under careful lighting, a reminder of both human greed and human endurance. The scent of wax, polished floors, and faint metal lingers, connecting observer and artifact in quiet contemplation. Photographs, ledgers, and recovered treasures, though dispersed across continents, remain linked in narrative and memory. Survivors, descendants, and scholars pause to consider what has been returned, what remains missing, and the moral lessons etched in history. Shadows cast by flickering lights echo the enduring presence of loss, resilience, and remembrance. Every recovered artifact, every memorial, and every story contributes to an intricate tapestry of reflection, warning, and reverence. The quiet is profound yet resonant, reminding all that history speaks even in absence. Memory, morality, and scholarship converge to honor what remains, tangible or intangible. The war ended long ago, but its treasures still speak, not of wealth, but of the cost of forgetting.